directly. We're reimbursing the member for an expense, which is exactly what we do currently with the trust fund. They give us their receipts, they give us their financial, they give us their budget. How much of a hardship really is this? And that's what we use to review to see if it sticks within the stated purpose of the trust fund. So that's our intent, sir.
Senator Pappas, does that help? Go ahead.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. I understand that, that process needs to happen. My follow-up question is are there folks available to help these people? Because sometimes the application process itself can be a hardship. And so are they able to be shepherded through under the process so onerous that they won't go through it?
It's a good question, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, we've really, Mr. Shope has worked many hours over the last few years to refine this process, both to ensure enough oversight that we're not wasting the state's money, and also to ensure that the members have that kind of help. So we have a packet which is given to all of the units, and also our family support centers for the Army Guard and our family support folks on the Air Guard, one location a little easier. And they have that packet. So when they hear of a need, they give that packet to the member. The first sergeant, the commander, the senior NCOs in that unit all have access to that packet, and it's fairly self-explanatory what they have to do. And at this point, having administered this program for over 15 years, I'll say, we have it really well refined. And I think the family support folks and the units routinely sit down with the members and walk them through it and really almost fill it out for them sometimes. So I think we've refined it to the point where that concern has been met.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Steinbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a no on this bill. Where does personal responsibility come in? I remember as a young private wanting to get married, and I had to go see the first sergeant and the command sergeant major. And they said, the Army wanted you to have a wife. We'd issue one. And then the permission was given. But, I got lectured on, you're responsible for her. You have kids. You're responsible for this. These guys are going to drill. They're getting paid. They're making their monthly allotment. I don't think we should be using state tax dollars to subsidize childcare. I think this money should be put somewhere else for retention. If it's bonuses, great. That's for the servicemen.
Representative, we'll have an opportunity as we work the bill. Certainly the committee members can weigh in on the bill. I'd like to kind of limit it to some questions for these gentlemen so that we can drill down a little bit on the legislation itself. But so bear in mind, we're going to work the bill as soon as we get some public comment. Representative, do you have a question for these gentlemen?
Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I think we had Senator Anderson, and then I'll come back to Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at paragraph 5 on page 3. It mentions the Wyoming National Guard, but doesn't mention military reserve. Is that included in the Wyoming National Guard? So the reserve is covered?
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, the intent here was to aid in retention for your Wyoming National Guard. Therefore, we limited it only to members of the Wyoming National Guard. The other purposes of the current trust fund apply to any Wyoming resident, active duty, reserves, Navy, Marines, but not this child care piece. We specifically were limiting it because we're trying to assist in the retention in the Wyoming National Guard only.
Go ahead, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, then why do we include on page 2, line 7, military reserve units? Why do we need that in there? If it's just strictly for the Guard.
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Harrison, that is the existing language. The investment income on page 2 on the subparagraph A of section of 402 in the current statute This allows any member of the Guard or reserve unit based in Wyoming who's been called to duty to seek reimbursement for exceptional expenses caused by their deployment. So that language, we added military reserve because a reserve unit wasn't very specific, because this is about the military. And it really was just a clarifier. That's the existing statute. So we have, over the last 15 years, rarely, a handful of times, have had both active duty members and reservists, not Guard members, military reserve units, one from the Navy Reserve that's stationed in Cheyenne that I recall, apply for a deployment-related extra expense under the fund as it currently is constituted.
Okay, we good, Senator?
Whatever you said.
So Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question regarding the uses. We pull this open and we look at this particular trust fund. And if we go to page 3 and we look at paragraph B, the first sentence of paragraph B has me a little concerned about the usage of this trust fund for what we're trying to do here. And it says the interest income earned off of the military assistance trust fund shall only be used as a last resort to assist eligible military personnel. I feel like we're there maybe, but I guess maybe I'm asking a direct question is this the last resort that we have to retain our service members in the National Guard? And if not, do we need to look at amending that current statute that's already written in there to maybe open this up a little bit? Because I feel like what we're looking at here is the potential for this isn't a last resort anymore. We're trying to find a way to use some of the money we've got sitting here. And so I see those in kind of conflict. Maybe if I can get a direction of whether or not this is the last resort to try to save our service members from, re-enrolling or re-enlisting, that would be helpful.
So Mr. Smith, is that language on line 9, existing statute, is that problematic?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, the language, the way we have operated the Military Assistance Trust Fund, given the legislate, when it was created, the intent, it was as a last resort. Part of the package for what we currently do is we make them talk to a budget counselor and basically give us their monthly budget. If they have lots of excess money and they're looking at replacing a water heater or something, we don't pay it, right? We want it to be a last resort. If they have the kind of resources that we don't have to help them, then we don't want to waste the money. It is something I did not consider when we added the dependent care in this bill. I would hate to lose as a last resort for the primary purpose of the fund, but maybe down on line 12 where we say or other required military duty, we could clarify in the or say except for expenses in subparagraph 5 of this section. There may be some slightly better language because I honestly wasn't thinking of that, but I would be very loath to recommend to this committee that we get rid of the last resort language for the primary purpose of the fund.
So maybe the representative could make a note of that, and as we work this bill, representative, that might not be a bad idea to put something in there. Any other questions of these gentlemen before? Representative Stibar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is any other state doing this that we know of? What other National Guard entities or reserve entities are doing this program?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Starbuck, to my knowledge, we would be the only state that has a program like this.
Okay, follow. Representative Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I'm sitting here trying to think about this, we would have our guardsmen that basically work a normal job. And then they're saying they can't afford childcare when they leave their normal job to come drill. And that's the cause for getting out, and we're trying to retain them by providing the childcare when they come to drill. I mean, I guess I'm not understanding on a normal basis, when they're not drill weekend, do they not need childcare when they go to work on a normal day? I guess I'm not understanding why the childcare specifically would increase coming to a drill versus an every other day if both parents are working.
So, General, you want to tackle that one? Go
Yes,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burt, this is primarily, like I said, for a drill, which normally our guardsmen and women drill on a weekend. So their normal childcare tends to go Monday through Friday, not much issue. It's on a weekend that folks tend to have a little bit more of a problem obtaining childcare. And what we were trying to get after there is to take away barriers to service, to kind of get those out of the way, that as they start to make a decision about whether they can continue to serve or not, this is just one other factor that they have in it. Man, it's tough for us to get childcare for the weekend. And so this was trying to eliminate that factor and allow them to continue to serve without having to worry about that.
Go ahead, follow up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. So with that, does the military, is there a system in place that if you have, I imagine a two-parent household, and both parents aren't in the reserve, then one would stay home, could definitely watch the child, the children, child, however many there are. And if it's a single parent, is there not something in place that there already has to be another primary care if a single parent is either called to active duty, that would also have something to do with being a 2-week drill, that they would already have to have a system in place or some kind of directive in place that the protection of the children when they're active duty versus when they come to drill? Would that not cover the childcare, side of it?
Go ahead, General.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Burt, so if I understand correctly, I think what you're referencing is a family care plan. So when a service member deploys, and as a mandate that we have for them, if you have to deploy, you must have arrangements made for your child. We generally deploy anywhere from 180 days on the air side to 12 months to 15 months. So that's very much in place for a deployment. Less so, we don't require that for an IDT or a drill weekend. That's not a requirement for them to do that.
Further questions? Committee, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Thank you,
Smith, I
Mr.
think,
Chairman.
excuse me, Representative, I didn't mean to jump in too quickly. Mr. Smith, if you have some added comments on that, please go ahead, and then I'll come to the representative. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. In another piece of this for Representative Byrd in the committee, some of our junior enlisted grades on a drill weekend, we're talking about making a couple $100 by the time, they may have healthcare out of there because they have no other source for healthcare. So when the last couple of years, childcare costs have risen dramatically, especially on the weekends. You can see that we used a $35 per day per child number, which is a DFS number, but I've heard of people paying $100 per child per day. And so if you come in, the Army Guard often drills Friday night, all day Saturday, and part of Sunday. That can be considered 3 days. And if you even have 2 kids, you're talking potentially hundreds of dollars in childcare costs for somebody who's getting a drill check of maybe $400. So it is a financial burden because it's the weekend. It's not their normal childcare arrangement where they get a discount because they're going to sign up for a month of childcare Monday through Friday, and it doesn't cost as much per hour per day as it does on a weekend or a night. That's all I wanted to add.
Mr. Smith, I agree with you. I don't think you can get it for $35 a day. We've got a little grandbaby coming, and so that's been a topic of conversation around our dinner table, and it is getting expensive. So, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand right, this is meant to be a way to incentivize retention, recruitment and retention. And so I'm wondering, last term, I was on the Military and Veterans Affairs Task Force. I do know that Ohio has a similar trust fund. And there's a growing concern across the country related to homeless veterans. And they've figured out a way to use those dollars in that trust fund that gets swept eventually over to another fund for the helping the homeless. But was there consideration, General, regarding an allowance? I mean, when you think about the different pricing, if you will, from family to family, the different situations and whatnot, to me, from a recruiting and retention perspective, was there consideration in terms of an allowance at re-enlistment time, or at the initial enlistment?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, General.
Representative Henderson, I don't believe that we ever framed it like an allowance like that. I'm not sure that's a bad idea. What we were going for was real accountability for the funds that are leased, so that we are reimbursed by need, and that you would actually have to come ask for reimbursement. The allowances, as I understand your question, you would almost carte blanche give that for retention. We had thought about that in other ways, just as a if you're going to stay, we'll give you X amount of dollars just to stay. But we didn't really have a mechanism to fund it that we thought was appropriate, other than asking for a separate appropriation. I will tell you, just like this one, there are still some other things on our table that potentially we would consider for recruiting and retention. We're just not going to deal with them at this particular time.
Thank you. Follow up.
Okay, I'm going to go a couple more questions and then we'll get to some public comment. I do think that we are up and running and out over the airwaves. And so I want to welcome anyone who is tuned in to the Zoom portion of the meeting. And we are working on LSO 034, the Military Assistance Trust Fund Authorized Uses Bill. And we will come to public comment on that bill in just a moment. Representative Steinmeier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question I have, this is for single parents and dual military for retention. What about everybody else? Retention, what are we doing for them to keep them retained in the military?
General, I think a lot of uses out of this fund have taken place, but maybe you can answer that one for us.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiver, it is for that group, but childcare, whether you're dual parent or dual service or not, it wouldn't matter. We're just trying to get the childcare is not a barrier to service. So if I understand your question correctly, anybody that's serving in the military that falls in the O2 or below, or the E6 below in the National Guard, would be eligible for childcare reimbursement. Not that they necessarily were just a single parent or dual enrolled. So anybody for particular childcare can do that. As far as the other retention incentives, as I said, there's a lot out there that could be done. We just were kind of careful to figure out how do we fund it out of the trust fund, and not knowing what the state's budget situation is, not kind of overreach, if that makes sense.
So General, just in that line of questioning, then this trust fund has been used for other purposes, and certainly whether we call it retention or not, I think it's helped a lot of our service members through the years, has it not?
Yes, thank you.
On many different fronts.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. That is certainly, that's the primary purpose of the trust fund, was to help those members that had deployed or had issues as a result of deployment that caused them financial hardship. And this has done a great job. This trust fund has done a great job of I think retaining those folks, because they were able to fund their, they were able to continue serving.
Okay, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, back to that, what the differences are for the weekend warrior that's deployed down to Guernsey or wherever he is. Help me if I'm not wrong, that the weekend guy has to have 24/7 childcare, whereas during the week, he's got an 8-hour childcare or 9, whatever it is. So it's much more difficult to get 24/7 childcare. Is that correct?
General,
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, that is correct. I would say there's certainly instances where folks are men and women drill outside of the city that they live in. And there are also opportunities like when we deploy to the field that they wouldn't be able to return to that. But there are also some that that serve in their hometown and at the end of the duty day could go home. So it would be both of those, sir.
Okay, Representative Baker.
Thank you. What is the difference between the reenlistment rate for those with children and those without children?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to owe you one, Representative Baker. So let me make sure that I get it right. The difference in reenlistment rates of those that have children and those that do not have children.
Committee, we are nearing the end, I think, of all the questions we might have. If anyone else has any other pressing questions, otherwise I want to go to public comment. I was kind of waiting until we were up on our Zoom portion of the meeting as well to take any public comment. So we'll do that on the remarks of the good general and also on this working draft bill 34. Is there anyone here today who would like to testify on this bill? Any public comment here? Katie or troops over there, do we have anyone raising a hand to provide public comment or testimony on this bill?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have anyone right now.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll close public comment on this portion of the meeting and let's work the bill, committee. What is your pleasure? Moved by Representative Henderson, seconded by Senator Anderson. Let's work it real quickly, page by page. Anything, committee, on page one? Anything on page one? Go to page two. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to be consistent with changes, on line 13, we deleted the word and I would amend to put and at the end of line 22 on page 2. I think we're just being consistent there. That's all. If I get a second.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second. Mr. Chairman.
All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Wait
Wait a minute.
Staff had a comment.
I don't know that that's.
I didn't really think that one needed a comment. I'm sorry. Let's hear from Heather, though.
Mr. Chairman, one drafting method that we have been doing at LSO is if we insert something similar to line 4, any of the following, then that alleviates future need to go in and delete an and, or sorry, strike an and insert an and. So if what you're doing by inserting this and, it may be compatible to go ahead and delete the new language at line 4. Otherwise, the new language at line 4 obviates the need to add the and.
I believe we've been corrected.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with my second, I'll just withdraw that amendment.
Is it okay with the second? Okay, that motion has been withdrawn. Anything else on page 2? Page 3? Anything on page 3? Let's keep in mind, Representative Brown may be down around page 3, line 12. We could always bring something in at a later time. Representative Obermuller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to amend line 8. The first 4 words, the interest income earned, as we diversify our investment portfolios, earnings are now comprised of interest, dividends, and capital gains. Now, this is very specific to interest because it's the language that was in the old statutes before we diversified. So my amendment would drop the first 4 words, the interest income earned, replace it with earnings so that it reads earnings from the Military Assistance Trust Fund. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Representative Brown. Discussion.
Question.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. That motion has carried. Back on page 3. Anything else on page 3? Representative Stivar, did you have something?
No.
Okay. Somebody was pointing your direction. Representative Obermuller, anything else for you that you had? Okay. Okay, Heather or someone, would you please take roll on working draft 0.50034?
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 22 LSO-0034 version 5 Military Assistance Trust Fund
Thank
as
you, Katie.
amended.
Thank you.
Senator Anderson,
Aye.
Senator Furphy,
Aye.
Senator McEwen,
No.
Senator Pappas,
Aye.
Representative Baker,
Aye.
Representative Brown,
Aye.
Representative Burt,
No.
Representative Henderson,
Aye.
Representative McGuire,
Aye.
Representative Obermueller,
Aye.
Representative Ahern,
Aye.
Representative Stivar,
No.
Co-Chairman Burkhart,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye. Mr. Co-Chairman, that feels like a House bill to me.
I would say so.
So maybe that's,
Yes.
maybe that's the direction that might go. Okay, back to the general.
And I think Representative Stiver's offered to floor manage. We'll address that issue later.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that. That's the way to go to the whip right there. All right. General
So we-
temporary delegation of parental authority.
Yes, sir.
We'll
We'll
go to
be
that
on,
topic
for the
next.
the members of the committee, we're on slide 9, and I'll have Major Hinkle come up and talk to us about this.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As you recall, last session, we had a discussion about the kind of the circumstances that brought forth the delegation of parental authority bill, which was in 2021 SF 128. The initial proposal brought forth by Senator Kinski expressed the need for this kind of statute, which we don't currently have, and expressed a limitation. Any parent could delegate to another person parental authority over their child for a period not to exceed 6 months. And the military department's concern on this is that due to unique deployment circumstances and TDYs and other obligations, that kind of limitation could cause some impact on our military members who might have to execute powers of attorney and delegations of authority on a kind of a routine 6-month basis. And so the intent for us really was to look at expanding the period of time that the delegation would be effective for military members, not just of the Wyoming Military Department, but also any of the services. And so if we look at, unless there are any questions on slide 9, we have put together with the LSO a draft bill. And if the committee is ready, we could work through that. Or at least talk through it.
Senator McEwen.
So, Mr. Chairman, my question is, I, as a military parent, delegate somebody to take care of my child. And at the end of 6 months, who has authority to delegate from then on, if not me? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, Mr. Chairman. But I'd like to know what happens at the 6 month point.
So can you clarify for the good senator on that front?
I can, Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman and Senator McCown, the way the draft bill works, and I think this might answer your question when we go through it page by page. The proposal is that any parent can delegate authority for up to a 6-month period. And at the expiration of that 6 months, that delegation would either no longer be effective, or they would need to execute a new delegation, and then it would continue to whoever the delegatee is. For military, what we've done is add in an exception into the draft language that allows that delegation to go for a period of 2 years. And the exact length of that is something that could go to the discretion of the committee, but a 2-year period is one that we thought kind of encompasses the vast majority of deployments and other issues that our military parents routinely experience. So within that 2-year period, they would not need to execute any new documents. It would be valid unless they revoked it. Does that answer your question, Senator?
Follow up, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I did understand that part. My problem with this is if I'm the parent and I delegate authority, now I gotta go to Big Brother and ask to redelegate and redelegate 6 months, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And I know this isn't your problem, but this is something I'm gonna look into after this because it just seems like huge government overreach. If you want to delegate parental authority, I think you should be able to delegate parental authority. You're the parents. And I'm just curious if you agree with me on that.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
go
and
ahead. Major.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator McCowan, the issue that brought this up is one that I think might help answer your question. There was a situation in the western part of the state where a gentleman was trying to get a power of attorney so he could take care of grandchildren and take them out of state for vacation. And upon advice of, I believe it was a judge within one of the counties out there, he was told that he could not execute that kind of delegation because there was no statute in Wyoming that authorized it. Now, we have in the Wyoming Military Department been acting under the belief that common law through the courts has authorized us to do these at any period of time. And we just, a year, 6 months, 2 years, depending on the situation, would craft the document to allow a parent to have that best suited their needs. The issue that we see from this example, though, is that not all attorneys or judges will have the same conclusion about whether a statute's necessary. And so the recommendation from the Wyoming Military Department is if this kind of legislation is considered, just to make sure that the needs of military members are considered in the length that it would designate that those delegations would be effective. I think there are options to make it never expire. There are pros and cons to that. There are options to make it a shorter period of time. There would be options to make it automatically renew unless you withdrew it. And all of those, I think, are things that the committee could debate.
So Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that, what you just mentioned was my question is why are we limiting it to 2 years? I mean, why even have that? Wouldn't that just be up to the person asking for the delegation?
Go ahead, Major.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Pappas, the 2 years was just a kind of a best guess from the Wyoming Military Department as to a time that might be reasonable, especially based on the initial 6-month limitation that the initial draft statute contained. That was the part that concerned us. There are other states that have infinite, for lack of a better term, or non-expiring delegations, Montana being one. And so there are different options available to the committee. It's just to make sure that the folks who deploy don't have to re-execute these kinds of documents while they're deployed and worrying about completing the mission.
Okay, so let's go follow up by, so go ahead, Senator.
Why wouldn't we want it just unlimited? I mean, I would think that would give our members the most flexibility and make it easy for them if they want to keep it going. I don't understand why we need to limit it to 2 years.
Any thoughts on that, Major? Why we wouldn't make it permanent?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Pappas, so I'm just going to speak from my experience as an attorney on this. The possibility of having it unlimited, I think, works if you have a family situation that is very stable and not likely to change. In reality, a lot of our military members have families that change and flex and relationships that change and flex over time. And one thing that a 2-year limitation does is that it forces the member to re-examine the arrangements that they've made for childcare in these contexts. And I personally like that because I want them to take an active role and not just think, oh, I had this delegation done and now it's good. I want to make sure that the person that they've delegated authority to is the right person and still has the qualities that are necessary for delegation. That's my personal opinion. There is nothing wrong with having an unlimited expiration or no expiration date on it. It just, I think, opens up a little bit of risk in that the member may not, or any individual who decided to execute a power of attorney may not keep up with the documents that they've produced.
And Counselor, at least on my behalf, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a question for staff on this. Looking at this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this lies in Title 3, 2, and it's Article 4, and that's the section of statutes on parental rights. Now, it looks like in order to get this delegation for the military department, we also had to go in and provide a delegation for everyone. Am I reading A correctly under 32401A? Because I don't see any mention of military department or anything else in that section.
So Heather, we're not working the bill yet.
I just want to
Let's jump forward and clarify in the bill during this discussion, if you don't mind.
Mr. Chairman, as Major Hinkle pointed out, delegation of, or temporary delegation of authority is something that under common law had existed. This concept of being able of delegating authority existed. This is strictly, it existed for everybody, not just military members. And so this is just codifying, actually putting in statute that which that ability which existed already. And so it would be limiting months to or years, millennia, or whatever of common law to not include everybody in just the concept of being able to delegate a parental authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That answers my question.
Okay. And committee, we'll go to the bill here in a minute. This is just the introductory stage of preparing us with all of our questions and answers, and then we'll go to the bill. But Major Hinkle, any other thoughts about this proposed change to our statutes?
Mr. Chairman, not at this time, pending any questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, committee? Okay, let's go to public comment. We can, I'll tell you what, I'm going to hold off on public comment until we take up the bill, committee. So if you do intend to comment on this section, you can certainly do that as after we have discussed the bill. So let's, Major, can you walk us through the bill, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so on page 1, this is the beginning of the bill. It's an act relating to temporary delegations of parental authority to children, and these would be to someone who has already not got that authority, and specifying exceptions to that delegation of authority, other limitations, and then providing for an effective date, which is July of next year. Section 1, this will create 2 new statutes, and that would be Wyoming Statute 3-2-401. That's under Title 3, which is the guardian and ward section. And then 14-2-207, which is under the titles dealing with children. Turning to page 2, we get to the substance of the bill. Lines 4 through 12 are really just the basic statute that authorizes that delegation of parental authority for any member, not just a military, or any parent, I should say, not just military members. And in general, the bill specifies that that delegation would be effective for a 6-month period, except as provided in subsection B, which is our military members. The exceptions on line 11 and 12 is that delegatees cannot consent to marriage or adoption. That's reserved just to the biological parents. In lines 14 through 17, that is the language that crafts the exception for military members. And right now, the time limit that is proposed is 2 years. In line 19 and 20, this is going to set out the exception of what delegation of powers may not do. And so it's little C1 says that it may not diminish or limit the rights of any non-delegating parent or guardian to direct the care or custody of the minor, incompetent person or ward, if those parental rights and authorities have not otherwise been terminated, for example, by a court order. Line 4 through 12 then goes through a number of specific, I think, limitations, particularly in the case of parents who share legal custody. And that includes limitations on changing schools, religious training, or non-routine medical care. And if a parent's present, then a delegate would not be able to interfere with the parent's decision. So in other words, they would not override, a delegate would not override a parent. I will insert here from lines 4 through 12. This was a subject of some discussion between LSO and the Wyoming Military Department. And again, attorneys have different views on this. It may be something that the committee wants to consider whether including that language is necessary as kind of the operation of a parental delegation of authority. It usually includes specific things that the parent does or does not want to delegate to the person. So it may not be necessary to include all of that language. Moving on to lines 14 and 15, this just clarifies that the delegation of authority would not overrule any court order. So if a court order has specified that a parent can't take a particular action, they can't just give that through their delegation of authority. And similarly, in line 17 through 19, it's clear that the delegation of authority would not overrule any court appointment of a guardian. And then lines 21 on page 3 through line 2 of the next page just clarifies that just because somebody has executed a power of attorney doesn't mean that that's evidence of abandonment under Wyoming statutes. And then finally, the last section here on line 4 through 7 discusses how a parent can revoke a power of attorney that they have otherwise executed. And so that should clarify, it just requires them to actually take an action. Finally, in line 9, you see the revision or the creation of statute 14-2-207. And this just specifies, again, that a parent has the ability to delegate their parental authority in line with the rest of the draft bill that we just went through. Open for
So,
questions.
Major, just real quickly before I go to the committee with any questions they might have. Lines 4 through 7 on that page. I'm trying to process that. So if I've delegated authority, the way I read this language, and correct me if I'm wrong, I would simply have to write a letter to that person saying you're no longer my delegate with regard to my kids. Is that how? And who's going to know that that letter exists? I mean, wouldn't it have to come to the military as well?
Mr. Chairman, so to answer your question, an attorney can produce a document saying this client revokes the power of attorney that they executed on such and such a date. I would think that under this language, any written instrument, however, would suffice. There is no requirement on here that it be produced by an attorney. There's no requirement that it be notarized. It just requires that there be something in writing and that it be given to the person who has that power of attorney authority.
So I can't just call you and say, I don't want Bob taking care of my kids anymore.
Mr. Chairman, I think you could, but I would advise you to follow that up with writing.
Probably better write it out. Okay. Well, thank you. We'll get into that. So committee questions regarding the bill. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question on I think it's the third page. Line 11. Could you give me some more understanding of your intention with regard to present? What does present mean? Is that physically? Is it by email, Skype? What's present?
Major, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Henderson, to answer your question, my preference, if I were an attorney working on this and advising folks, would actually be to have this section be a little bit more generic. And simply say that a delegation of a parental authority would not diminish or limit the rights of any non-delegating parent or guardian to direct the care and custody of the minor and competent person or ward if those rights have not otherwise been terminated. And so I would suggest that this section be ended at line 4 at the beginning of that paragraph, because I think as we get more specific about certain situations, that might lead to more contests between parents who are feuding. But I think that's at the discretion of the committee. When I read the word present to your question in line 11, I think that could be accomplished in a number of ways, but I would think it would need to be physical or at least on the phone so that there's kind of that live communication. I don't know that there's any kind of court history on how that word would be interpreted, and because we don't have this statute currently in the state. So I think that might be an issue that would be potentially subject to litigation. That just goes to my concern about having too many specifics in the draft.
Thank you, Major. Heather, did that come up in the drafting with your LSO colleagues?
Mr. Chairman, the expansion on the word present did not.
Okay, thank you.
However, insofar as the distinction between someone who's physically present versus not, and deployed versus not, was some of the discussions.
Thank you. Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, let me ask about this. I'm a little confused. By delegating this authority, that doesn't eliminate your financial responsibility to take care of that child or person. Is that correct?
Major.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Furphy, it does not. So all this does is it allows someone to, let's say I've deployed and I have a child at home and the school year is starting. What it would do is it would allow somebody to enroll my child in that school. But I'd still be on the hook, so to speak, for all the financial responsibilities, unless I've made an arrangement with the person to, cover costs in the interim. But that's kind of a side arrangement between me and the delegatee. Really, all this is saying is that it allows me to make that delegation so someone can enroll the child in school on my behalf.
Okay, further questions? Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how does this fit into the family care plan?
Major Hinkle.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stivar. So the family care plan is a mandate on from the military directives that ensure that parents in the military have mechanisms to ensure that their children are cared for. We have short-term and more long-term requirements, because situations can be emergent or they can be more long-term. One of the requirements the family care plan has is that a parent, and particularly dual military parents, execute a power of attorney so that someone has the ability to make parental type decisions for their children in the event something happens to both of them in a military emergency, because it is possible for both parents to be deployed at the same time. So the family care plan essentially requires our military members to execute powers of attorney on a pretty regular basis. Not everybody has to do it that's a parent. It really depends on if they meet certain requirements. And it's primarily targeted to either single parents or dual military families that have children. But it is a requirement. And that's one reason why we were concerned when the initial bill was brought up that required the 6-month limitation, that it might be a hardship for our members who have to execute these, that they might have to do that while they're at a forward operating location that doesn't have legal services readily available.
Representative Stivar, follow up.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. So hypothetically, you've got one parent that has custody, they deploy, their other half that they're separated. Here's the kid. And then while he's there, he goes after the other parent and says, "Gee, they're unfit." That's going to cause a problem, I believe.
Major,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
don't you think?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stivar, we do run into this situation on occasion. And that's why some of the language in the bill is particularly important, that it cannot override a parent's authorities that already exist. All it can do is delegate. And so if I am married and I have a child and I'm in this situation, I can delegate my authority, but I could not delegate my spouse's authority. It is not going to be an answer to end all kinds of conflicts between parents if they're fighting over who is unfit or not. But what it does is it provides a mechanism for someone who deploys to provide essentially a guardian for their child while they're in a situation where they cannot provide that care themselves. Typically, court orders are going to specify, if you've got a member who's deployed, whether or not the non-custodial parent would take custody in that situation. The delegation of authority as drafted would not override that court order. We can't, unfortunately, I think in a bill, it would be very difficult to craft one that addresses all those situations, but that could be a concern.
You might have some legal help coming.
I see
Committee,
that.
any other questions? Representative Seibert, did that help? Okay. Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem. You want to bring a chair up?
I'm good. This hopefully won't take that long, but several years ago in the Military Protection Act, and I don't have the reference in front of me in Title 19, this body, the legislature changed the law such that when a person deploys and perhaps gives a power of attorney to a local person to take care of the kids so they're in the same school district, that cannot be used as a basis to change custody arrangements. That was a change in the law several years ago that the legislature passed to clarify that kind of issue and to protect our military members. Again, one more reason, one more thing to take the worry out of them that when they leave on a one-year deployment, their ex-spouse or other parent that they've had conflicts of child custody on can't use that as a basis. So what the powers of attorney do is give somebody local, typically in those weird situations, the ability to take care of the child. If the other parent wants to come and get the child, by law, the power of attorney would never keep them from that. The natural parent always has priority. We're really dealing with a situation where there either isn't another natural parent or the other natural parent is overseas, 5 states away, not interested, and somebody has to take care of the child now for the military member. That's all I wanted to add, Mr. Chair.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate that. Committee, anything else? Anything else on the bill before I go to public comment? Senator McKeon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I've listened to this, I feel like we've come full circle. And I like the bill. I really like the bill. But my question is, if the parents aren't actively involved and we're not going out doing health and welfares off military bases and posts, the only time we're ever going to know there's a problem is if the service member brings it up. So putting a time frame in it seems redundant. And it also, they have the ability to revoke it at any given moment. So the responsibility is square on the service member. And I think by us putting more regulations or timeframes in it, just make a more cumbersome problem. I was deployed. Unfortunately, I didn't, or fortunately, I never had to do a family care plan. But if I did, and I felt my child was getting messed around, I would immediately engage and get the situation solved. So I would ask you to reconsider taking the 2 years out and making it permanent or until they want to get rid of it, because I don't see how we can enforce anything beyond the 2 years anyway.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator, thanks for those comments. And, you know, the beauty of this deal is we get to make that choice. So if you want to make that, if you want to take that 2 years out, we can certainly discuss it as we work the bill. So anything else, committee? Okay, I would like to go to public comment. Thank you both. And Mr. Smith for your input as well. Anybody in the room that would like to comment on this proposed legislation or on the topic in general? Okay, Katie, do we have anyone online today that would be
Mr.
interested
Chairman?
in?
We don't have anyone with their hand raised at the moment for this topic.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure on this bill? Senator Pappas moved the bill.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Brown. Discussion. Let's go page by page, committee. Does anybody have any discussion or proposed amendments on page 1? Page 2. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. A question for staff in paragraph B. First line, do we need to add in the same wording that is in the first line of paragraph A? Parent or guardian of a minor incompetent person or ward for clarification. I mean, there may be service, say a single service member who is taking care of an aged parent who is not necessarily competent. Do we need that clarification or is it clear?
Heather?
Mr. Chairman, that seems as though that would be a good addition, if you wish.
Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move an amendment on page 2, line 14, after guardian, insert the words of a minor, comma, incompetent person or ward, comma.
Seconded by Representative Henderson. Discussion on the proposed amendment. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. That motion has carried. And Representative McGuire, I have to apologize. I meant to come to you before we came to the bill itself, but certainly that is still in order. Any comments or suggestions you have for the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so it has to do with this same paragraph, and that would be a question for council. So in the situation where an individual complies with all this and temporary delegates authority pursuant to the statute as it's put out, that person is deployed and then is unable to respond or do anything for whatever window that may be. Let's say it's the full 2-year window. At the end of that window, then what happens?
Major?
Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman, Representative McGuire, as drafted, the delegation would expire. And so the person to whom the power was delegated would not have any statutory authority to continue. Now, I don't know if it went to court, whether it would be extended by virtue of that parent's absence. But I think it would potentially raise some questions.
Follow-up, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that being said, my question would be, my initial thought, and I don't like to monkey with people's stuff, my initial thought would be to change that so that it'll expire at the time where that person reaches the age of majority, whatever that may be. They may be emancipated early, or they may be 18. But it just seems to me like we would be leaving a gap there that could be addressed. But again, it's not my deal. So I would just invite you to think about that, whatever you want.
Do you wish to comment on that, Major?
Well, Mr. Chairman and Representative McGuire, my understanding is that once a person reaches age 18, they're their own legal entity at that point anyway. My concern would be more for persons who are not likely to reach age of majority within that time frame. I mean, in reality, in general, correct me if I'm wrong on this, I am not aware of any situations where we've had folks that are gone for 2 years where they would not have had access to a legal office through the military services where they could not renew this kind of document. So I think the risk of that happening is relatively low, but there may be case-by-case exceptions.
General?
Hey, sir, I'm not aware of that, Mr. Chairman. I'm probably being Captain Obvious here, but let me just reiterate, the majority of this bill doesn't apply to the military. That 6 months applies to the vice mayor. All the other residents of the state is curtailed at the 6-month part. That was part of the original statute that was debated last year. The military's concern was 6 months was just not very effective. And so we came up with the 24-month or 2 years because we thought that gave us plenty of time for deployment situations. And we didn't think making it infinite where other folks were curtailed to 6 months made much sense either. Certainly, it's up to the committee to decide that, but I just wanted to make sure that the only thing that really applies to the military on this is Section B, where we've carved out an exception for the military just to keep from having to renew it every 6 months while they're gone. But the majority of the bill applies to everybody else, and that 6 month thing is for them. And so, like I said, it may be Captain Obvious, but I wanted to make that clear to the committee that this really applies. Section B is the only thing that applies to military personnel.
No, General, I think that's helpful. Thank you. This is a statute that will pertain to everyone living in our state. So we don't have a motion on the floor from the representative, but we can think about what you had brought up, Representative, and as this bill moves along, who knows, maybe we'll decide something at that point. Let's go over to page 3. Is there anything on page, Heather, let me come to you first.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if the amendment that was already voted on from Co-Chairman Burkhart might be able to say, to add on, comma, which parent or guardian is a member of the branch or service, simply so that the modifier of who is a member of any branch or service of the military can modify the parent or guardian as opposed to the minor, incompetent, or ward. Would you like me to read what it would say if
Boy,
the
would
proposal I would like to say?
apologize, but
Okay.
you lost me. You probably didn't lose all these guys, but
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering if it could perhaps say in its amended form, a parent or guardian of a minor, comma, incompetent person or ward, comma, which parent or guardian is a member of any branch or service of the military may execute a power of attorney pursuant to the section for not more than 2 years. The reason for adding the comma, which parent or guardian would be because as amended, it would say a parent or guardian of a minor, comma, incompetent person or ward who is a member of a branch or service of military. And so the modifier who is a member of any branch or service of the military comes right after the word ward instead of after parent or guardian.
would someone like to make that motion?
Mr. Chairman, all the English
Senator
readers
Anderson.
will.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that was how it was done. That's how I put it into that's how I put it in.
I believe, Senator, that we
They
just
do.
pulled the language from lines 4 and 5
Right,
from up
right,
above,
right.
but we did not.
But we put it in right after guardian.
I think that what Heather is pointing out, committee, is that we've got a grammatical issue with that
Yes.
sentence. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heather, are you saying the way it is now that we're looking at the way that this would say is that a parent or guardian of a minor, are we trying to define the way this says that a minor, comma, incompetent person or ward is the member of the military, not the parent or guardian who's the military? And you want to try to clarify that to make sure that we're identifying the parent and guardian as the military and not the minor or incompetent person is in the military.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ward, yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to do. And amending anything on the fly to make it perfectly grammatical is a little bit challenging. So I think that what I proposed probably clarifies it, but there may be something better.
I'm inclined to have the committee consider that motion. Thank you, Representative Burt, for that clarification. And if we can improve it on its way through the process, we can always do that. But go ahead, Representative Burt.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I understand where Heather's going with that on the clarification of the parent guardian versus who is a member. And if we can make that, I would move to add that clarification to the amendment if we can.
The motion by Representative Burt and seconded by Senator Pappas. Discussion on this. Does everybody understand? Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, and I support the intent of the motion. But I think the plain, English is a pesky language, and I think that the simplest, Occam's razor, the simplest amendment would be the one to say, delete line 14 and 15, A, starting with a parent through execute, and then just start paragraph B with a power of attorney pursuant to this section may not be in place for more, may not be for not more than 2 years or something like that, right? What do you think? Just a comment.
Mr. Chairman.
So Representative Henderson, I think we have to make sure that we reference military because that's the specific paragraph B is to make sure that we cover our military.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Co-Chairman.
No, that was going to be my comment.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion or questions regarding the motion? Representative Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we get, Heather, can we just get just a final clarification of the language? That way, if anybody else does have any final questions before, because after this, we're going to move on to the vote on it.
Heather, one more time. Could you read what that sentence will?
Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to read what I proposed, even though Mr. Smith handed me something even better.
Are you suggesting that maybe we take a motion off the floor for a moment?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Would Representative Burt consider doing that? Thank you, Representative.
I would, Mr.
How
Chairman.
about the second? Are you okay with that? Okay, we've got a clean slate. Let's start this thing over. We know where we're headed. Let's see. Go ahead, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, how about that it says a member of any branch or service of the military who is a parent or guardian of a minor incompetent person or ward may execute a power of attorney, blah, 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 blah.
So Representative Burt, I bet you were going to make that motion.
I was, Mr. Chairman.
And Senator Pappas just seconded that. So thank you. Really appreciate you guys working together on that. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Mr. Smith in the back of the room. Any other questions? I think we've arrived at something a little better there. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, that passes. Anything else on page 3? I would help the committee recall that lines 4 through 12 were referenced by our major counsel. But let me go to you, Senator McEwen. You had something.
On page 2, line 16, where we get to may execute a power of attorney pursuant to this section. I would just like to put a period and strike for the period of not more than 2 years.
Okay, do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Stibar. Discussion. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering if we would have to then modify line 2 temporary.
Heather, do you have an answer on that question by the good representative?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, the amendment recommended by Senator McEwen would make it be that a military member executing a power of attorney pursuant to this section would mean that it would be a 6-month one based on subsection A. So it would still be temporary and it would be shorter. It would be 6 months.
Yeah, so Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I know the intent of the motion and it's probably not getting us there, but going back to my original question, because I had that question as well. Why we even need the 2 years? However, after the explanation, I too believe that we do need to put a limit on it, and 2 years is not short enough to cause a real problem. But it is long enough, or it's long enough to not cause a real problem, but it's not short enough to create the kinds of issues that have been created. But going longer, infinite, I can see the point now that it may never been looked at after the 2 years. Perhaps that person's not even alive anymore and they just haven't gotten to the document. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for looking at it in 2 years. So I agree with what I heard in testimony. And I just prefer, while I originally thought that it should be unlimited, like maybe Montana does, I think now, after second thought, I think we ought to keep the 2 years.
Okay, further discussion. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Okay, the motion on the floor. Go ahead, Senator McEwen, bring us home on that motion.
I think I need to withdraw the motion and just put to this section. Some to the line of until they're of age or infinite. Probably use some help with the wording, please.
Okay, we need to dispose of the motion on the floor because we have a motion and a second. Senator McEwen, unless you want to withdraw the motion.
I do want to withdraw the motion.
Is that all right with the second? Are we good? Okay, let's withdraw that motion. We've got a clean slate again, committee. So regarding that language, Senator McEwen, do you want to try it again? Do you want to? And Heather, did you have a comment while the senator considers a potential motion on that paragraph?
Mr. Chairman, no, I do not have a comment. Senator McEwen, I understood to ask if I had an idea, and I do if he would like it.
Definitely.
Sure. Well, we always would entertain an idea from you, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps Senator McEwen, perhaps on line 16, it would say pursuant to this section until withdrawn pursuant to subsection E.
Subsection B is the paragraph within which this motion
Until
rests, is it
withdrawn
not?
pursuant to subsection E, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, E.
That's the one that requires revocation in writing.
Thank you, Heather. I believe that does what the senator would like to do, which is keep it in perpetuity until it's withdrawn, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I would move that.
I'd second that.
Was that Representative O'Hearn seconded that? Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Is there discussion on that one? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I certainly agree with the intent. I would just caution us to be a little bit careful. So we're all thinking kids, but this is also talking about someone who's incompetent or a ward, which could be your stepmother or something like that. And for example, mine, who I was just taking care of, got to the point where it was about $280 a day. And you have to be very careful about who has the guardianship of that person, because if you need to transfer that person to Medicare or Medicaid, they will look at that document very carefully. And if it's not worded correctly, you may not be able to do that. And that would be a real financial burden. So I would just encourage us to maybe think about this and talk to DFS or somebody like that and make sure that we're not setting somebody up into something where they can't get out of it. That would just be my one caution.
Anything else, committee? I'm probably going to be a no on this one, committee. Just I just feel comfortable with that 2-year limit. I think I was like the good senator from Cheyenne said, I think once the explanation was given, I think it's not a bad thing to revisit that. Every couple of years, you just don't know about family situations or friendships, or whether or not somebody who's been delegated is even in that part of the world anymore. And so I'll be a no on the motion. But are you ready for the question on the motion?
Question.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
No.
That motion does not carry. Okay. Now we're on to page 3. Anything on page 3, committee? Are we good on page 3? Page 4. Okay, are you ready for a vote?
Question.
Representative Overmuller.
I just want to make it clear.
Representative, can you get really close to your mic for me, please? Thank you.
Sorry, on big space. Thank you. The overall bill itself includes a lot of different language besides paragraph B. And it seems to me that this is all new statute as I read it. We haven't even looked at A. It just seems like the committee is getting out of its lane in the general topic. We're dealing with paragraph B, but you look at A and you read through that and you get to the end of it. Except that no parent or guardian shall delegate the power to consent to marriage or adoption. I mean, what's that all about? I mean, is that something this committee wants to take up and discuss? You know, the overall bill just seems like it's out of our purview, other than that, those few lines can, if I'm understanding that wrong, I'd like to have you address that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, Representative, I appreciate, thank you for bringing that up. You're probably correct. It's a little bit outside the lane, but in order to capture our interim topic, I think we had to write it the way that it was. And I'll rely on Heather to provide any comments with regard to any discussion had in the LSO. But in order to capture this on behalf of the military, we had to establish it in statute. I believe that's what the major pointed out, because it isn't in statute to begin with. And it is a little broad in scope, but that is in order to be able to pull the military underneath that new statute. So Heather, any thoughts about the representative's concerns?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Obermiller, I think that the risk that you run into if you make this only military members delegating parental authority temporarily is a distinction, an unnecessary and perhaps unwarranted distinction between the military members and anyone else who can delegate parental authority, because anyone else, everyone can delegate, a parent or guardian of a minor incompetent person or ward can delegate that authority under common law. It's just as was recommended or as was pointed out in some situations, then it certain judges and in situations it may not be found that that delegation was official, and that's why to codify in statute. But then anytime you codify in statute, you are then solidifying a rule that was previously under case law. And a distinction here, if it solely called out military members, would be that they would be treated differently, whereas a person getting delegating authority in any other situation may have more or fewer abilities if you create that distinction. Now, this bill draft would make it be 2 years versus 6 months, but that's the only distinction. Then everyone else would be treated the same when delegating parental authority or guardianship.
So thank you for that, Heather. That brings us back to the question kind of that's on the floor, which is, are we outside the lane? A little bit. It makes me wonder, Mr. Co-Chairman, if it might be decorum on our part to at least inform a couple of the other committees that this bill exists. I have not chaired a committee or been on a committee that's done that, but we could certainly alert Labor, Health and Social Services. We could alert the Judiciary Committee that this bill is being forwarded, And the reason that it is so that we could encompass the military underneath a codified statute. Does that make sense, Representative Obermueller? I mean, we could do that.
Mr. Chairman, that is a good point. It just seems like this is a little bit of cart before the horse. I mean, I'd like to see labor, health draft the main bill, and then if we needed to tack on a military piece to it. But there are a lot of underlying issues here that we haven't addressed in our discussion of this bill, and I don't think we want to. Parse out all the implications of these other paragraphs. So I'm going to be a no today on advancing this bill for that reason. Not that I disagree with any of it.
I understand
the order of
the
things.
trepidation. Senator, did you have something? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just that that wasn't under their priorities, their scope of, they're not going to be looking at that. They won't, Health and Labor won't look at this. So if we say we're going to forward it to them to work it, it's not going to happen. So if we really want this to happen, we have to do it here. And I agree. I think we ought to notify these other committees, have them take a peek at it if they like. But I think it may be a little bit out of our lane, but then again, I think it's not. I think everything we're doing is germane to what we're trying to accomplish.
Mr. Chairman.
So I'm good with it.
So Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Something that occurred last year, and it happened in a couple of different bills too. We could certainly still sponsor this bill and then have the committee chairman work with either the speaker or the president in the presiding chamber where this bill will be heard to send it to a different committee. We've all heard it. We all understand what's going on with it. It may be worth it to have a different committee take a look at it during the session, approving that it would be introduced. That would be maybe the recommendation that I would go. Also, maybe a letter from the chairman to the chairman of those other two committees, just informing them that they may be seeing this coming forward. That would be my thoughts.
I appreciate the thoughts, committee. I think just to kind of finish up a couple of things here, I think that's something that chairman and I will visit about. In order to accomplish our interim topic duties, this bill had to be drafted the way that it was. And it encompasses some other things in order for us to pull the military underneath this. The driver of this bill was the military, because it's one of the key areas in our society in Wyoming who is subject to deployments and has to be gone for a year or 2 years. So I agree with Senator Pappas. I think it's incumbent upon us to forward the bill. So I would certainly be in support of it, appreciating all the way, the comments that have been made. Mr. Co-Chairman or Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess being a freshman at this and my first go around with interim committee meetings, is there a way that we could table this particular bill today and then try to get the input from the other committees and then bring it back in our next meeting to keep carrying it forward, but yet still have it reviewed so we don't overstep and we don't miss something? I guess the procedural wise on meeting our interim commitments, but yet still making sure that we have a good solid bill going forward so it doesn't die come session.
Representative, I think we certainly could do that. I haven't been around a situation where we necessarily have. I'm trying to think back. I'm not sure, given the heavy interim loads of those other committees, that they can really spend a whole lot of time with this anyway. I think that we're going to get that input when we get to session with it. Representative Brown is exactly right. I think leadership will take a look at the bill and they may want to send it to one of the other committees. On the other hand, I think that's up to all of us as committee members of transportation and military affairs to go out there on the floor and explain the bill and support the bill or not if we don't. But hope that makes sense. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just ask one clarification question? In the beginning of your testimony, you said, I believe, that the origin of this bill is based off of one case in Western Wyoming. Is that right?
Go ahead, Major.
Mr. Chairman, and Representative Baker, yes, my understanding was that the gentleman approached Senator Kinsky and relayed that challenge that he had with taking those grandchildren out of state. And that was what prompted Senator Kinsky to introduce SF 128. And then based on some concerns that we had with that language, he was amenable to this committee reviewing the language.
Major, just to add to that, the senator approached me and recommended that our committee take up the bill. And so the originator of this legislation to begin with came to our committee and asked us to work it, is what happened. Hope that helps. Okay, so Representative Obermuller.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in case I have an opportunity to change my mind here on my vote due to your excellent commentary.
Well, thank you for that.
The military basically, or the testimony we had from the military today was that their only interest was paragraph B. So what other agencies are involved in an interest in these other paragraphs, and why weren't they here to testify about that? We only had the military testify about something that's much broader. They said themselves it's much broader. They're only interested in paragraph B. Are there agencies that we've left out of the testimony we should take in order to have the gravitas of a committee bill that says we have taken all the testimony on this bill that we should? Thank you.
My only thought there, Representative Obermuller, is that this bill has been posted for quite some time. It was worked in the drafting stage by the senator that we referenced. Then it came to us and we considered it as an interim topic, selected it as an interim topic and carried it into the last few months. And so this is a bill that's been around. So I think we would have probably heard from an agency or two if there was any concern, but I don't normally try to reach out to anybody and everybody that might have an interest in a bill. That's kind of up to them to be on top of it. But Heather.
Mr. Chairman, in the title of the bill, which is on page 1, line 1, it begins on page 1, line 1. We typically put before the semicolon an act relating to, and the words that go there tend to be the wording of the title. So title, like the broadest generalization. So an act relating to children. See, so that at its broadest level, it is the very first indicator to anyone, agency or public or committee of that, hey, alert, you may want to pay attention to what's in this bill. Then the title drills into additional information of what happens in the bill. But part of why there's a really super broad wording right there as an act related to blank is to gain people either before these committee meetings or before it is assigned to someone in session to alert them that, hey, you might want to pay attention here. That's why it's, for example, didn't say an act relating to delegation of parental authority, something very specific. It's very broad to try to reach many people so that, let's say they didn't come here, they would have notice at session, or they would have notice. That's one of the biggest reasons is notice right there on that very first section. That's why it's typically very broad, that very first word.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Great comments made. I think if anyone does have heartburn with the bill, certainly we can go to a vote and vote it up or down. I think it's time for us to get going on the agenda. So Heather, Katie, would you please call roll on 0035 working draft .4?
Mr. Chairman, this is for temporary delegation of parental authority as amended. Senator Anderson,
Aye.
Senator Furphy,
Aye.
Senator McEwen,
Aye.
Senator Pappas,
Aye.
Representative Baker,
Aye.
Representative Brown,
Aye.
Representative Burt,
No.
Representative Henderson,
Aye.
Representative McGuire,
No.
Representative Obermuller,
No.
Representative O'Hearn,
Aye.
Representative Styvar,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Burkhart,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye. Mr. Co-Chairman, that feels like a Senate bill.
Okay.
All right. We're going to take a 10-minute break, committee, and come back to the Oregon Trail issue. And so 10 minutes, that 25 tail will take up the Oregon Trail Cemetery.
Saying that.
Committee and guests, all involved. Let's get started. I've been informed that the co-chairman would like for me to hang on for just 2 minutes. So we will pause here for a minute. Good discussion, committee, on that previous issue. Thanks for that. We'll work that one as we go forward, and really good discussion. Appreciated that. So the next item for our consideration is just for the rest of the afternoon, committee. We got a little bit behind. We'll try to hang in there and catch up as best we can. The Oregon Trail State Veterans Cemetery Buffer Zone is what we'll take up next. Very pleased that we will also have an opportunity to hear from Mayor Edwards from the town of Evansville. I appreciate if the mayor is online with us. We're going to get to you pretty quickly here, Mayor, and thanks for your patience as we're running just a little bit late on the agenda. And really appreciate Ms. Scoggins, the director of our state lands, and some others showing up for this conversation about our veteran cemetery up there. We had, for those in the audience today, the committee had an opportunity to visit the state cemetery, and some had not had the opportunity to see it. So I think that was really helpful to know what we were considering in this next topic. So, Mr. Co-Chairman, you asked me to wait, so the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, for everyone there and everyone in Zoom land, this is Mike Hamill. Mike is the superintendent of Carbon District 1. It's this building that we get to use thanks to him. So thank you, Mike, and good job. Test scores are coming up, costs are going down. What else could you want?
Here, here.
I usually don't wear a ball cap to work, but this was brought to me earlier today. And folks that don't know, we had the National Gatorade Player of the Year, national champion in cross country, national champion in indoor 1 mile and indoor 2 mile, top recruit in the country. Just started school in Arkansas, so I am now a hog and now a ranger. Yes, things are going very well. We're glad to have you. If you have any needs, make sure you let us know. We'll try to take care of you.
Thank you, Superintendent, very much.
Superintendent, thank you. Those folks out in Zoom land did not have the opportunity to hear you, but thanks for those comments. Every one of us followed that cross-country runner that you referred to, and congratulations to her. We'll be watching those Arkansas Razorbacks too. And thank you for this morning. Thank you for providing the facility for us, and really appreciate the hospitality. Thank you. So, Director Shepherd, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
On to the next topic, by golly. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. I am Tim Shepherd. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Veterans Commission, and it's my privilege and honor to be here today with you. So I also, we have a couple, and Senator Landon mentioned that Director Scoggin is on Zoom. We also have Mr. Crowder, her vice here. And to my left is, as you all know, Colonel retired Chris Smith, who will help me out here in a little bit, I think. But first and foremost, when we talk about the Oregon Trail State Veterans Cemetery, our encroachment buffer, this all comes at, and General Porter stole my thunder earlier with the announcement that the road is up and open. And I did see Senator Anderson drive that road, and it must have been a safe ride because he's made it here. So
Slow ride.
slow ride, yeah. Yeah, it was great to do that. But
Director Shepherd, if you don't mind, allow me to interrupt and just thank you on behalf of that delegation up in Natrona County. That dates back a while, and that meeting of a couple of years ago, and this isn't that road that is referenced by the director has really been an issue over the last 7 to 8 years. It's been a long time coming. It was very important to that town of Evansville, and really appreciated you stepping in and helping out on that. I think it really was a good balancing act that worked for everyone. And so thank you for that. Congratulations. Last week, it was good to have that open. So
It was, sir. It absolutely was a pleasure to get that open. And I'll go back to that meeting that I really appreciated that opportunity because I had heard so much on the commission side, and so I really had that side of the story, but it was great to hear the other side of the story and then to get some advice in the middle from the legislative body of that area. And I think that's what allowed us to move forward with the concept that, yeah, I think we can do a road, but let's have some considerations with that so that we do maintain that cemetery and the tranquility of it, because it's just such a pristine, beautiful site. And we can do that. And most of those things have been done. And the one that we're still continuing to work on is this buffer. At one point, and I think that Mayor Edwards can speak to that, we thought that the town would be able to take action and do some form of zoning or something that would allow us to have that buffer. That action didn't work. And so then we went to the next step, which was to make it an interim topic and to talk about how could we move that forward. So really, I am an Army engineer. I didn't realize that today we were going to overwhelm you with maps, but I think we have. We've got 3 different versions of maps, and I think they're all useful. So you in your slide packet is what we had originally proposed as the buffer. And then after discussions with OSLI, we created the second handout, which is very close to the full section. And that is one of the recommendations, that rather than the smaller piece, the 100 acres, that if we're going to do this, let's just go ahead and do the section. But our map is a little bit off in that to the south, it actually goes down to the river. And I think, and the map from the larger map from Wyoming State Trust Lands also doesn't depict that portion.
So Director Shepherd, I would interject to the committee that when the time comes, the bill that we will look at this afternoon after discussion and presentation today is working draft point 6, and that was provided to us on our desks to begin the meeting. So you had an earlier draft in what was mailed to you, but we will go at point 6 later on. But back to you, Director Shepherd. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would go back to the slide presentation and the updates since May. One of the things that we did look at, and I'd ask Mr. Smith to speak to, is the use of restrictive covenants. We determined that wasn't a valid option because the land is part of a school section. And I don't know if there are any questions specific to that, but I did want to make sure that that we considered that. And again, then as we move forward, OSLI is to provide a legal description. We don't actually have that yet, and that we will have a cost estimate by the next meeting. So at that point, Mr. Chairman, I would entertain any questions or ask others, specifically Director Scoggin, if she has any remarks.
Committee, any questions so far for Director Shepherd? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned that OSLI maybe doesn't know that they've leased some of this property to somebody or something. Have we had anybody check that or do due diligence on that to make sure they haven't leased some of that to somebody else for whatever purpose?
Director Shepherd, we could perhaps ask Ms. Goggin here in a minute, but any knowledge you have on that front?
I do know there's a lease on at least part of that. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, through you for the senator. There is at least one lease. I don't know if there's more than one. But I know there's at least one.
Okay. Other questions, committee? Well, let's go ahead. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this would be directed to retired Colonel Smith. So my initial thought was that a covenant would be really the best mechanism, because I understand the Constitution and I understand the state land board and their duty to get revenue from these school sections. But that's not an all-encompassing. That doesn't mean that they don't have some judgment in that, and that they can't, they can agree to certain things and they can hold back on certain things. So I'm just curious, what was your finding as you looked into that? And if you could explain to us why a covenant type mechanism wouldn't necessarily work. So thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire, we did consult with the Attorney General's office, and I think obviously Director Scoggin probably has some more detail on this. Our interpretation of the requirement to maximize profits off school district properties for the benefit of the school foundation funds doesn't allow them to restrict what in the future they may have the possibility of doing. And I did not ask for a formal Attorney General opinion, but in our discussions between me and the Attorney General's office at a couple of levels, they weren't sure of a legal way to restrict a school foundation parcel future business opportunities because of the requirement to maximize profits into the school foundation. So I think there's no legal prohibition against some kind of covenant for state land generally. I think it's purely tied to the purpose of the school foundation lands being to generate income.
Okay. Other questions for the director or for Mr. Smith? For the general? Mr. Smith, I've got one. I guess it would help me to understand a little bit further on school land and how that has already been annexed by the community of Evansville. Because my understanding is that all of this land that we're talking about technically has been annexed by the community, has it not? And I can sure ask Ms. Scoggin about that, but
Mr. Chairman, that is my understanding. And really, it goes to the heart of why for the Veterans Commission, the military department, this is an issue. It's been annexed, which essentially could allow some manner of development on the land through a long-term commercial lease from OSLI to some kind of developer. And again, this is all, nothing like that is in the works. In my understanding from what I've heard from Director Shepherd, that's not the town's intent, but it's possible down the road. Annexing it allows the town to control the development of that property. The underlying restrictions, I guess, the fact that it's state land, there are mechanisms to get around that. Somebody else could buy it, could offer to buy it to OSLI, and they could use their process to get an appraisal, put it out for bid. So the school foundation properties can be sold. They can be long-term lease for commercial development. The annexation just means that Evansville would have control of the development. but it's not a barn, it's not a guarantee of any development.
So thanks for that, Mr. Smith. Also, our committee, and I think you and I have talked in the past about the east property and the north property around that cemetery. And it just strikes me that if we're going to shoot for this effort to try to buffer that thing, I wonder if we couldn't reach out to those companies that own that land to the east and north. And if that effort might not be prudent in the middle of trying to do this in the first place. In other words, why don't we buffer it on all four sides if we're going to get this thing done? I don't know. Have you had any discussions at all with those folks?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is if you look at where the cemetery has been developed, certainly to the north and the west, there is a buffer because the cemetery on the land already controlled by the cemetery. To the east, not so much. And I think, if the legislature wanted to appropriate sufficient funds to purchase all that land, I don't think anybody in the military department of Veterans Commission is going to say no.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Committee, anything else? Gentlemen, if you could stand by, I'd like to go to Jennifer Scoggin, who is the director of our Office of State Lands and Investments. So, Katie, would you be kind enough to bring Ms. Scoggin in, and we'd love to visit with her, get any perspective she has on this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can, Ms. Scoggin, welcome. Thank you for taking a moment to discuss with us the Oregon Trail Cemetery and potentially setting aside a buffer zone.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. You'll notice in the audience, Jason Crowder, the Deputy Director, should be there as well. Unfortunately, I have a special State Loan and Investment Board meeting that I'll need to drop off for here shortly, but he's there to also help answer any questions that the committee might have. But I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First, we have spoken with the military department about the desire to create sort of this buffer zone to help preserve the atmosphere and the dignity of the cemetery. And we're very supportive of that. When we first met, we did talk about the military's initial proposal, which was the 100-acre buffer, which was that along the western piece of their property and then south. And we were concerned about that just from the standpoint of cutting off and singling out the rest of the state parcel, which makes it a little more difficult to manage, especially for revenue generation and other purposes. So we talked internally and we thought perhaps a sale of the entire parcel might be more appropriate. And that's about 266 acres. Obviously, then the military department would be able to better control sort of what's going on around that. And also in further discussions, and I would just note that, as you all know, the Board of Land Commissioners, they have the constitutional duty to, manage and control and in appropriate cases dispose of state trust land. And by constitution, that has to be done at public auction. And as you all know, that's kind of why we're here today, is if in fact the parties decide to move forward with some sort of transaction or a direct sale. In the past, we've gotten around or obviated the need for a public auction through direct sale authorization from the legislature, and this has been done in several other cases. The only difficult thing that we have here is obviously OSLI staff and financial capacity at this point is a little bit diminished given the state of things in the state. And so if in fact this were to be a priority transaction, I know that we'll be looking to get an appraisal done, and our appraisal staff is maxed out. So we might consider hiring a third-party appraiser to help sort of the process along to do it in a more efficient manner. And also we would hope that the military department would be paying for the expenses of the transaction, such as the appraisal and any surveys and closing costs, as well as the fair market value of the property. The statutes require that we couldn't sell it for less than what that fair market value would be, hence the need for the appraisal. And then one other thing I would just point out is if we do elect to go forward, we'll need to loop in the Board of Land Commissioners. We have precedent for when these sorts of direct sales have occurred based on legislative authorization. It's been the case where OSLI has just gone and negotiated with the other party, gotten the main terms down, and then drafted a board matter and presented that to the board in an open public meeting for approval by the board. But it may be the case, depending on circumstances, the board may wish to follow its disposal rules, which are a little more in depth and require a detailed analysis, public meeting, and consultation with Game and Fish and state parks over cultural resources and that sort of thing. As I mentioned, Deputy Crowder is here. We've had some internal discussions about potential value or fair market value of the parcel. He can certainly address that. He can also address the existing uses of the property. I think there may be an existing grazing lease on that. With respect to a comment about potential covenants and that sort of thing, the land commissioners, they can certainly issue easements and things like that for state lands, but we don't tend to recommend that they do so because particularly things like, conservation easements, that sort of thing, so that there can be no development. We don't like those because they impact the board's ability to generate revenue in the future on those parcels. And so we tend to stay away from that. With respect to annexation, I don't know I'll take your word for it that this parcel's been annexed to Evansville, but generally state lands are not subject to county and local development requirements. But with that, I would yield the floor to Deputy Crowder, as I'm going to have to jump off here pretty quick to attend my other meeting. Again, I apologize I'm not there in person today. I would have, but for the special slip meeting.
Director Scoggin, thank you. We do appreciate your time today, and thank you very much. Committee, any quick questions for the director before she has to get on to another meeting? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, there wouldn't be any chances that there'd be other leases or obligations on this land that we don't know about?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, we have records of what those existing uses are. And as I mentioned, likely there's a grazing lease on it. I have not looked at that, but I'm sure Deputy Director Crowder has. And as part of the disposal process, we address those and in the transaction as we move forward, they're notified and all of that. So I would defer to Deputy Crowder with respect to specific encumbrances currently on the property, or specific uses rather.
Director, we will sure offer a couple of questions to the deputy, but anything else, committee? Director Scoggin, thank you. We appreciate it this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. Again, my apologies that I have to drop off. Thank you.
Okay. Let's bring Mr. Crowder, if you could come forward, we would appreciate it. I don't know about the committee, but I have a couple of additional questions, and any thoughts you have to share on this property, we'd love to hear from you, and we'll hear from hopefully from Mr. Edwards as well with the town of Evansville here in a few minutes. But welcome. Thank you, Deputy, for being here. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's not often, in fact, ever, that I think our office has appeared in front of this committee. So this is new for us, and I appreciate the opportunity. I'm here really to answer any questions that you might have about the process for doing a land transaction, specifically between sister agencies, and to answer any questions you have about this parcel in particular. So I'll just run through that very quickly from the questions that I've heard thus far, and happy to answer any more that would come up.
Terrific. That would be great.
specific to Senator Anderson's question about other uses, we do know everything that's happening on that parcel. The Board of Land Commissioners has to approve that use, and we obviously keep track, and we charge an annual rental or a one-time
Mr.
fee.
Crowder, could I ask that you get just a little closer to that microphone? Otherwise, our Zoom patrons out there can't hear you, and
Yes,
maybe
sir.
those at the back of the room. Thank you.
I'll lean in a little.
There you
closer.
go. That's better.
We do have one grazing and agricultural lease on that parcel, and to my knowledge, that's the only annual lease or annual permit on it. There are several easements across the property. In fact, there's 10 to 12 easements that carry natural gas, oil, water, power, telephone, you name it, it's on this parcel. In fact, when we overlay the easement map on top of it, it's kind of a spider web, which creates a development issue for us. And obviously, we want every parcel of state trust land to perform at its optimal level for revenue generation and appreciation. And when we start overlaying this many easements on it, we start seeing restrictions to what we could do in the future. So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, that's the only lease that we have on the parcel that I'm aware of, or that we have record of in the office. It's also important to note that existing statute requires us to sell any parcel of state trust land subject to any lease that's on there. So, and the new owner, whoever that might be, if it's the military department or other, would step in the shoes of the board as the lessor and continue that lease for the remaining term of that lease. And unfortunately, I apologize, but I don't know what the remaining term of that particular lease is right now.
How much is that lease worth?
Mr. Chairman, it's currently charged at the Board of Land Commissioners minimum AUM fee, which is $5.38 per AUM. I don't know the exact amount of AUMs on that parcel. In that area, they're relatively low, but I could provide that math for you later.
That's pretty low compared to other state lands, is it not?
Mr. Chairman, it's not actually. That is the minimum fee spread across all state lands across the state. Only if there's a competitive situation, if we've offered it for vacant leasing in our previous process and allowed it to meet a market somehow, we get up higher, or if somebody's placed a conflicting bid at its anniversary date, which only happens once every 10 years. So, Mr. Chairman, on the whole, probably 98% of our lands are charged at that $5.38.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the other question that I heard was the ability for restrictive covenants to be placed on the property to provide this type of protection the military department's looking for. And it is true, as the director mentioned, that the board can do that, but we have obviously been hesitant to positively recommend that type of an action to the board because of its long impacts to future development or future actions of future boards. And it's also true that local governments or counties aren't able to place those type of restrictions on them, mainly because we are, what we feel, and through the AG's office, specifically excluded from the statutes that talk about the authority those counties are granted to provide those type of restrictions or covenants placed on properties. The state of Wyoming is specifically separated from that. Some of that is its fiduciary responsibility. That's true. And another part of that is that it is the sovereign. And so if it's not specifically mentioned in the statute, we believe it's specifically excluded in the statute.
Mr. Chairman. Representative McGuire.
Thank you. So that you just beautiful segue to that. So if this legislative body put forth a statute that said these state land surrounding the Wyoming State Veteran Cemetery shall be used for grazing and none other into perpetuity. No parking vehicles, no having parties, nothing else, just grazing. Is there anything either in case law or statute that would prevent us from doing that?
Mr. Crowder?
Mr. Chairman, you are asking me to go outside of my lane just a little bit, and I'd have to seek the guidance of our Attorney General representatives. But we do hold that the board has the sole constitutional responsibility for management of those lands, and it's for the fiduciary benefit of its beneficiaries. So the legislature placing that type of restriction, very focused and specific, would certainly need legal review to ensure that that was compliant with statutory provision or constitutional provisions.
Follow-up, Representative? Okay. Please proceed, Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned before, this parcel has a lot of easements on it. It's already been segmented several times from statehood. It is a section 36, so it is one that the federal government did grant to the state at statehood in 1890 for the benefit of the Common School Fund. As you can see from the maps provided, we only own a portion of what we have historically owned. And as we start breaking up or dividing this parcel into smaller and smaller chunks, as the director mentioned, it becomes harder and harder to manage it for revenue generating means. The easements don't give us any other latitude as well. And so that's when we offered to the military department to acquire the whole parcel. If we're left with just 166 acres that are split up in 3 different chunks, we're really left with something that's almost unvaluable to us in the long term or in the near term, other than for grazing and agricultural uses. So from a fiduciary perspective, for the benefit of the Common School Fund, we did offer to them, perhaps let's look at the larger transaction and not just a buffer directly around the cemetery. And Mr. Chairman, those are the highlights, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Question regarding that last statement, Mr. Crowder, that it seems to me that the grazing permit really pertains to that western side of the property, doesn't it? I mean, if we were to provide this buffer zone as drawn on a map, it really wouldn't cut into that $5 per animal unit that we're getting now, right? I mean, because I can be corrected, but I don't think those horses range all the way over to the road. Usually they're over on the west side, are they not?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great point. I don't think the buffer zone as depicted on the map would really have a heavy impact on our revenue generating potential. There is no map, so there is no fence between the 2 parcels right now, so they could go back and forth. However, what we're looking at is long-term appreciation. We understand its proximity in Natrona County, its proximity to Casper and Evansville, and its availability for development. And that's looking out into the future. We want to make sure that we preserve that as much as possible if it's something that we can preserve.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate that. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, we're talking about the east side and the north side of the parcel that the cemetery's on. As my understanding was that was BLM land and that we would not be able to get possession of that. Is that your understanding?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, I apologize. I didn't pull up the federal land layer. I'm not sure where the BLM lands lie, but I will clarify on the map that we provided, the zoomed in version, you have a very light blue rectangle of 80 acres, and that is owned by the board as well. And it's surface estate only, but it's an isolated parcel in the region.
Mr. Crowder, I apologize, but you might have lost me on that last one. So can you restate that? And it's one of these, the one that's blown up. The one that is blown up, you indicated, are you talking about the white box up in the right-hand side there?
Mr. Chairman,
we own that as well?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. That is state trust land, but it's surface estate only. There's no minerals underneath that.
So that could potentially be the part of a buffer if we so chose to do that.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, we provided it as a full contextual picture, I guess, of the ownership the state currently has in the area. And that if the buffer zone as depicted on the map were to be what we move forward with, you could picture the 3 separate isolated parcels that we would have difficulty in managing because of their size.
Sure. No, that makes sense. Thanks. And do you know who owns the property south of that white box?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that right now, but I could provide you a better map.
Okay, thank you. Committee questions, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, and just for my knowledge, because I don't know, are we obligated, if we do this sale, would we be obligated to offer it for sale by bid? Or can we do a outright sale to another agency without that? I thought there was something that we had to go out for bid if we sold any state lands.
Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, a great point, and I think that's the reason why we're here today. Within the Constitution, it requires that all lands sold that are state trust lands must be sold at public auction. historically, we've been able to sell to sister agencies through legislative authorization. And it's just the authorization that we're seeking here to say, we're going to forego that public auction and do a direct sale to a sister agency. And we have done that in the past. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Have done that in the past with state parks, game and fish and others.
So, Mr. Crowder, just to follow up on the co-chairman, that particular property, let's just say we wanted to go on this buffer as drawn, we would still need to get, get an appraisal, get quite a bit of work done. The director indicated that you guys are backed up on that front. Can you give us any kind of time frame there? Or?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I can give you a time frame. I will say what she said, which is that we are backed up. We've got only a few staff members who are certified to do this type of an appraisal. And we've backed up some other high priorities on them that they're working on right now. So I guess I'm not 100% sure what the committee's intention is as far as timing. But if it's to be before this next legislative session, we do need to move rather quickly. And I'm not sure that we have the staff or ability to get it done in that amount of time. And that's where she indicated going out for a third party appraisal. We do find that those are defendable and that we do review those. Our certified appraisers can take a little less time and review those and make sure that they are compliant with USPAP standards and hold that certified appraiser accountable.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, so I guess I'll be a little more specific. The last time this committee will meet in the interim is in November, the first week of November, if I remember correctly. And that is their time to have this appraised, have all of that done prior to our meeting. If we wish to go forward with a bill, we have to have it done at that meeting pretty much.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, that's a great question, and that's only a couple months away. It's important to note that the certified appraisers that we use are within the private market as well. And there's a lot of folks in this state appraising property, and we're going to be competing with them to use their time. So if we are to meet that deadline, we do need to move rather quickly, and we do need to have funding set up to pay for that service.
Follow up to that.
Go ahead,
Mr. Co-Chairman. And Mr. Crowder, you raised a great point. Funding. Does that mean you have the money, or will have to be B11'd in? Because we can't appropriate until we go into session. So I'm just trying to work the logistics here, which sounds like every time I ask a question, they get a little further and further away.
Mr. Crowder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You understand where we're going with this?
I do. And what I'm trying to also do, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, is to be protective of our operating budget as well. So this is a relatively new project in the middle of our operating season, and we've got funds obligated for other uses. And we can absolutely pull those if this becomes the highest priority for the Board of Land Commissioners, but it's identified for other uses. And so at the moment, we currently at the Office of State Lands and Investments don't have funds identified for this. Through the budget reduction of last year, all of these extra things have been removed. So in order for us to move quickly, it would have to raise a very high priority or be 11 into our operating budget.
So, Mr. Crowder, if we were to get an appraisal, for example, that would provide for us what we would need in a bill, which is a description of the property. And you can see where we're drilling down, we're trying to cover some bases. For us to go forward with this, we've still got some work to do, it sounds like. So, okay. Oh, Mr. Smith, by golly, I apologize. I was looking at the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to say, getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, the draft bill that LSO prepared was with the current language is with the intent we would not have an appraisal. Really, for the committee to determine is the parcel of land to be sold. That kind of legal description would be needed. That's needed also for an appraisal. We would have to know what the property is. And in my understanding from OSLI is we can come up with a legal description, particularly if it's the entire section. They know what property they own. The way the bill's drafted, it has a place for that legal description. And then in section 3, again, I know I'm getting ahead of myself. It basically says for OSLI and the military department to work on the appraisal and then report back to the committee to get an appropriation, which could well be into the further future legislative session. Because we knew there was really no way we were going to complete an appraisal and everything before November or even the session start in February.
So, Mr. Smith, just to clarify so that the committee's on board with you, the idea was conceptually that we would go forward with a bill, for example, to say, we're going to set aside this property. This is going to be the parcel that we're going to, our intention with this bill is to sell it to the pending all of the rest of stuff. Like going into the next year, we could get the appraisal and we could establish some kind of budget, whatever.
Mr. Chairman, that is how the draft bill is written. I mean, obviously, in a perfect world, you'd have the appraisal, you know the amount. There would be language in here of an appropriation. It would go through the JAC process. This really, the way the draft bill is written, again, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, is really for this body to give OSLI and the military department permission to pursue the sale between the two agencies. And then we'll work out the money. And it could be this body would say no to the appropriation, in which case we'd be done, knowing that we wouldn't have the final fair market value of whatever the parcel is until some future date.
Okay, thank you. Committee, anything else?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Crowder, for that specification of the parcel, do you have the time and personnel to do that? Or do you have to survey it all in?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, we do understand what we own there. Obviously, this has been segmented quite a bit, but we can define it relatively quickly. We wouldn't need a survey to provide that level of information to the committee. For the actual sale, we may need a survey if we run into title work that causes some questions.
Thank you.
And you could drill all the way down and give us a partial description of that entire property rather than the entire property. If it was the feeling of the committee that we go with the blue property and not the rest of it.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. We can define it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Gentlemen, if there's no other questions, committee, I'd like to get to the mayor of Evansville. I hope that that Mr. Edwards has been able to hang in there with us. Mayor Edwards, I'm going to see if we can let you on board if you're still with us. Sorry to keep you waiting this afternoon. Katie, do you still see Mayor Edwards with us?
Mr. Chairman, he's in the room as a panelist, so he can turn on his video and his mic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for hanging in there with us, Chad. Mr. Mayor, it's good to have you here.
So
And,
if
we
I
look
might interrupt,
forward-
Mr. Chairman, this is Scott Murray, Town Council for the town of Evansville. Unfortunately, Mr. Chad Edwards, the mayor, was unable to make it to this meeting today, so I'm here in his stead.
Scott, I apologize. I now see the big picture of you. I had a little bitty picture across the room over there and didn't see you. So thank you for clarifying, and we look forward to any thoughts you can give us on the property over on the hill and perceptions, exceptions, extrapolations, whatever you can provide.
Sure, and certainly I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the opportunity to be here today. Really, from the town of Evansville's perspective, I think its primary concern with any sort of transaction dealing with this parcel is maintaining its legal right and access on that road that was just recently finished, providing access or an alternate means of access to the town. That was just finalized recently. It had been a project long in the works. And I believe that in the introductory comments that was addressed. Outside of ensuring that whatever transaction carries with it some sort of easement or reservation, ensuring the town's legal access on that road, I don't think that from the town's perspective there are there are really any concerns. It's unfortunate that the mayor couldn't be here today because I think he certainly would have more historical knowledge regarding this property than I do. Our firm's only been representing the town for about the last 2.5 years. So our historical knowledge is not quite what the mayor's would have been. But certainly if Mr. Chairman, if you or any of the other committee members have questions, I could do my best.
Scott, just real quickly, to your knowledge, does the community of Evansville, have they ever had plans or intentions to work with the state of Wyoming to purchase that property and to create any opportunity over there, or?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chairman, no. I'm, if you notice, I'm looking to the side here and I'm looking at that map right now. I think that really its primary interest in that property has always been providing some kind of secondary access to the town. The primary means of access to the town coming in from the north can be blocked off by the railway. And so that was the primary impetus in getting this secondary access road. So I'm not aware of any other plans that have been in the works. Certainly in my tenure as town attorney, I haven't been informed of any such discussions.
Mr. Chairman.
Scott, thank you. Representative O'Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, do you know how that property is zoned in the town of Evansville? Is it residential or business or industrial, or do you know how it's zoned?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I do not have the answer to that question. I can reach out to the town zoning committee and to the clerk to get that information and provide it to the committee, but I do not know how it is currently zoned. I would guess that it's some sort of agricultural or non-residential use at this point in time.
Urban ag? Thank you.
That's my assumption.
So, Scott, to your knowledge, my understanding was the community paid to have, did they drill a well up there to provide water for the lessee of that property on the west side of the cemetery?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I do not have any knowledge of that, of a water well.
That was talked about. Apparently the lessee was concerned that the animals could not get down to the river, but I was just curious. I haven't had a chance to follow up and find out if water is now provided in a different way, or that might come into play if that community has already, spent some money to take care of that leased property that is owned by the state. That would certainly come into play for me.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know that for sure. I would agree, though, that if that were the case, that could be an issue for the town, having invested into any sort of irrigation for that parcel.
Thank you, Scott. Director Shepherd, you've got a comment?
I do, Mr. Chairman. So for the water for the leasee, we're actually taking advantage of what we already have. And the town is providing the water, but we provide the means to deliver the water. So it's access to our site.
Okay, thank you for that, Director. Appreciate it. So that apparently is provided through the cemetery by the community. Scott, anything else for Scott this afternoon? Thank you for your patience, Scott, and appreciate you being here.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right. Okay, gentlemen, final thoughts before we either take a look at this bill, certainly have a conversation among the committee. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say I really appreciate the discussion and the consideration for this.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Is there anybody raising a little blue hand, Katie, out there somewhere? Or
No,
one of
Mr.
our Zoomies? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there's no one else.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody here today in the room who would like to comment on this issue? Going once? Twice? Okay, we're going to close public comment, and Committee, we have a bill that has been drafted. I referenced that earlier. It was in the stack that was provided at the beginning of the meeting, so you'll find 0.6 in that stack if you haven't already done so. 033 is the number. Further than that, maybe before we even consider the bill, what are any thoughts the committee has on this issue? What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman.
Let's go to Representative Henderson and then Representative Hearn and Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this regards to the prospective development of the area, I was reflecting on the airspace above it and around it. We've heard a lot of talk about the property to the east and north and whatnot. So I just wondered if the airspace had been included in the consideration with regard to the intent and purpose of the buffer.
Director Shepherd, I'm looking at you, but in my experience, as we've talked about this going along, I've not heard that, Representative. But Director, do you have any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, through you for the representative, no, we really didn't think about the airspace.
Yeah, thank you. Representative O'Hearn.
Mr. Chairman, I texted the planner for Evansville. He says it's an R1, which is a residential one. So single family, small multifamily use.
Okay.
So no industrial would be able to go in there unless something were to be changed. So if we owned it, but even if we didn't own it right now, Evansville is just planning for single family homes.
Thank you for that, Representative. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am completely in favor of a buffer around the Wyoming State Veterans Cemetery. Absolutely. My thought is to offer or invite the committee to draft a second bill, and that second bill would be very simple, and it would be to direct the Office of State Lands that this particular section, as well as the blue rectangle to the east, that we own the surface only. A statute that would say specifically that land shall only be used for grazing for so long as the State Veterans Museum is in existence. There will be no overnight parking of vehicles, no buildings, no other industrial or other type of business, just grazing. And it shall never be sold. Period, end of story. And I'm happy to let that go through the Attorney General's office, and I'm happy to be there to argue it. I don't think that there's anything in the Constitution that says that we as the legislative body cannot do that. If somebody says no, I'm good with that, but I think we should have a sister bill that goes through because that's the least expensive. And for us to buy that land ourselves as the state of Wyoming, to pay ourselves, come on, and waste money on appraisals and things.
Representative McGuire, that is our districts, you and I, and boy, I share your sentiment, and it just seems to me like this is probably going to appraise quite a ways up there, particularly now. I mean, we've waited long enough that land's worth a lot more than it used to be. So that kind of makes some sense to me, committee, and I'm wondering if we were to consider going the direction of what the representative just said, and we wanted to simplify the bill and go with a different draft, we could bring that back in November and take a look at it. So keep that in mind. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I am for this bill and for this buffer zone. And the reason is that if you're out there in the cemetery, if you look off in the distance, you can see a lot of wind generation. And nothing to say that it couldn't come right closer to the cemetery. And so I really like the idea of getting a buffer zone on the west, on the north, and on the east side. So if this could take care of the west side buffer zone, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chairman, do we work the bill we've got? Do we want to suggest a different draft? Do we want to maybe consider in November. What are your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Representative McGuire.
Absolutely.
So Representative, what you're suggesting is in effect put a restrictive covenant on all the land the state owns around the veteran cemetery. So. Thank you.
Committee, I am
Staff has a
inclined. Go ahead, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, I have been feverishly trying to find the actual section of the Constitution. I don't have an opinion on the recommendation by Representative McGuire, except that the Constitution requires that lands, state school lands be administered for the highest and best use. And so a bill of the nature that he describes, and that's what I was trying to find is the actual quotation, if it's highest and best or what the words are. But a bill draft of the nature that he was describing would be ascribing specifically what that highest and best use is. And so I'm not entirely sure whether whether a bill draft can do that.
Whether
So
or not it
that's
would-
just the caution of what, because constitutionally, that is how these lands need to be administered. And that would be even with a transfer among sister agencies, as was described by Mr. Crowder, then see the new agency would be who is administering it for the highest and best use. And so it's sort of, it's not really a sale, it's a transfer to someone different to administer at the highest and best use, which is the transfer that is in the, or the idea that's in the bill now, which was modeled after several transfers that are similar to this from 2006, where the land had been transferred to state parks and also some game and fish lands, where then they just become the administrators of this highest and best use. And I'm, like I said, looking for that article and section of the Constitution, but a statute that then says the highest and best use is, I'm not sure would stand constitutional muster for the statute to trump the Constitution.
I thought that's where you were going at the end. Thank you, Heather. You're concerned about the constitutionality of that bill. Okay. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, though, I think the representative is saying it'd be a sister bill, so it'd be a separate bill from this one. We just need to address this bill, right?
I'm inclined to go ahead and work this bill and send it on through. And I think if we so chose as a committee, and then I think we could certainly have something drafted up. We can talk about that afterwards. And I appreciate it, Senator. That might be the best way to go. What's your pleasure on this bill, committee?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Co-Chairman.
If I might, however, I know you want to work the bill, but if you go to page 3, section 2, there are parentheses, it says insert full land description. I think before I worked an actual bill, I would want that in there. So what I'm recommending is we put everything in there that we need to, and then actually work the bill at the November meeting.
That's probably a good idea.
It's almost, Mr. Chairman, it's almost trust me, we'll put the right numbers and the right description in there. And then I find out that, you know, my favorite hunting spot has just become off limits.
I think that's a good suggestion, Mr. Co-Chairman. I think we ought to move this to November and hold on again. And that would give us time to get that in there.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Crowder indicated that they could quickly easily give us that description, especially going with the full parcel. You don't have all these little twists and turns. I mean, you mark your corners and a few other places and you're done.
Committee, if it is barring any objection, I'm just going to say that maybe Senator Anderson, Representative McGuire, myself, anyone else who's interested could stay on this issue, make sure that bill gets ready for November, work with you, Heather. That's a thought, and I'm leaning that way because I don't think we're ready to vote on it today. So, Senator Anderson.
I would agree, Mr. Chairman, but the details of that are on these Wyoming State Land Trust funds. The township is 34 north, the range is 79 west of the 6 PM. So, well, we don't have how many acres though. Oh, yeah, we do too.
But that's not a legal description.
That's not illegal.
Right.
That's not a legal description.
Oh, what is that?
You need to-
There's some conversation about whether or not that's a legal description. I don't think so. Okay, committee,
I don't have that in here.
we need to move on. And so what I'm going to do is table this bill and we'll continue to work it. Please weigh in if you have an interest going forward. We'll bring this back in November. I think, appreciate the discussion today, gentlemen, and others. Committee, let's move on to the military and veterans updates and some reports. And General, is that you? Mr. Smith?
Yeah,
And
Mr.
maybe-
Chairman, we'll
maybe
actually start.
Director Shepherd.
Yeah, we'll start with
Yeah.
Director Shepherd.
All right, Director Shepherd, thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman,
All right.
I'd like to have a couple of folks come up. Mr. Ryan Scranton, Mr. Franz Fuchs. Join me here. They're the brains behind this, make things happen, so. And I'd like to talk just for a second about the team that's been put together to make this project a reality. I think they're world-class. I have the opportunity to sit in on weekly meetings and to hear the dialogue that goes on as we discuss what this skilled nursing facility can and should look like. And so I want to put a shout out to Plan 1, Skull Construction, State Construction, Health, and then in the commission, specifically Commissioner Jack Tarter, who has just done an outstanding job. Jack has 35 years of experience with the Veterans Home and has just brought forth some great things that, you get moving along and you need somebody to say, hey, wait a minute, maybe we should look at this. And Jack's that guy. So I think that has helped a lot. But so if you look at the first slide we have there, once again, it's a depiction or a rendering of what the cottage will look like, one of the 3 cottages. But most importantly, what I'd ask you to consider is that the substantial completion date, we are on track for June 26, 2022.
So Director Shepherd, anything else?
Yeah, yes, sir. If you go to the next
Please
slide.
continue. Yeah.
16, that again is just the overview of the site layout. No new real information there, and I know that we need to move along a little bit. So I'll go to the next slide, which depicts where we are with construction as of July 30th. And as you can see, all 3 cottages are underway. Obviously, we're further along on cottage 3 than cottage 1. But making progress across the board. Any questions on the construction side, Chairman?
Director Shepherd, it looks like Representative O'Hearn has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, is that June 26th for all 3 cottages or just the one completion and then you're going to go on to the next phase? Will all 3 cottages be done on June 26th?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, through you for the representative, that's the completion of the entire project. All 3 cottages and the road work to go with it and the site in total.
It sounds like we know where our June meeting of next year is going to be.
That would be awesome, Mr. Chairman.
That way we can be there to help cut that ribbon, but go ahead, Senator Pappas. Senator Pappas is visiting with me here, so do you have
Well, substantial completion doesn't necessarily mean ribbon cutting time, so it may be later.
Right.
So maybe the second meeting.
the senator says I spoke out of turn, so we'll get, go ahead, Director Shepherd,
All
keep
right.
moving. We're a little behind, so we'll keep getting after it.
Okay, and the final slide that I have on skilled nursing is reflects what we think the manning requirements are. And you'll note that it doesn't show any of those as filled yet. We're not to that point in the process, but I thought it was important to show you that we have done the legwork, the straw man to determine what we think that will be. And that's been done in direct coordination with the current director, Mr. Allison from the Veterans Home. And where we can, we're taking advantage of the services that we can provide through him.
Senator Pappas.
So what, with issues of staffing, almost every sector of our economy is short on people these days. Healthcare, I'm sure, is an issue, and certainly we will probably have an issue filling these. What is your thoughts about, are we gonna have some grave issues filling these things, these spots?
Mr. Shepherd?
If I may, I'd like to turn that to Mr. Fuchs to address.
Mr. Fuchs, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman Burkhardt, members of the committee. My name is Franz Fuchs. I'm a policy analyst with the Department of Health. Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, to your question, you're absolutely right. Staffing is going to be a challenge. We have, as you may know, we operate 5 healthcare facilities around the state. We have a nursing home in Basin. We have an assisted living facility in Thermopolis. We have the state hospital in Evanston. We have the Life Resource Center in Lander. And we have the Vets Home in Buffalo. So we looked at some data for recent hires. Obviously, we're struggling with nurse and CNA staffing in all those facilities. The Buffalo facility has a fill rate as far as looking at those vacancies that's comparable or better than many of the other facilities. So as we're left with the location we have, and we will attempt to fill it the best we can. But it's, as far as in comparison to the other facilities we operate, it's favorable as far as being able to fill.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed that we don't have any doctors listed here, and this is a skilled nursing facility that will require some specialists in the fields that are able to help these more complicated patients. Have we got a line on any doctors yet? Apparently they didn't have any in Buffalo, but maybe you got some from other places.
Mr. Fuchs.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, as you can see from the staffing diagram, we're not intending to hire any doctors, state employees. We haven't looked at, to my knowledge, we haven't looked at specialists in the community, but I'd have to get back to you on that as far as any progress that's been made as far as networks, with respect to the VA and maybe specialists in Sheridan that could look after a lot of these vets.
Other questions? Mr. Fuchs, I do have some concern, and that was why we'd asked for this update at this meeting on the ability, and you seem to feel it's favorable, to bring the facility once in operation up to full staff. Would you just go into that a little bit, please? Because, I think all of us on this committee have some concerns with all the labor shortages, the issues of putting the facility in Buffalo that we originally had due to potential staffing issues. Could you elaborate on you felt it was favorable, if you would elaborate a little bit?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, when I mentioned it was favorable, it's favorable in comparison to the other 5 facilities that we operate. It doesn't mean it's going to be an easy job in an absolute sense. It's more of a relative ability to hire nurses and CNAs. It will be a challenge. There will be a ramp of staffing. There will be a ramp of residents. I doubt that the facility will be full in the first year. I think, and we, in that needs assessment that we provided in 2018, we showed a notional kind of straw man how the finances and pencil out. We assumed an occupancy, I think, of around 65% the first year. That would probably be optimistic. But we've been handed this facility. We will do our best job to staff it appropriately.
So just to follow up to that, so just an opinion, please. We aren't going to hold you to this. How do you think we'll be able to reach the staffing levels we need for the residents there?
Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, I think we will. I think there's a lot of uncertainty right now with the job market and so on. I think we'll be able to do it though.
Thank you. Representative or Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, when would the skilled nursing facility start start working on staffing this? It's a little less than a year now in the future. So would they be 2 months or 3 months before they opened, or what would be the?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, the positions you see on this slide, we're going to be requesting those positions to be authorized as part of our budget this upcoming session. So once we have those authorizations, depending on what the effective date is for those positions, we can start the hiring process. But we are limited to the authorization of those positions and the associated budget.
So is it your thought that authorization would come maybe in this next session through the Joint Appropriations Committee? And is it?
Chairman Burkhart, Chairman Landon, that's correct. We're trying to figure out exactly how to request the exact appropriation, because it could come from a loan, it could come from general funds that get paid back later by the operation of the facility. But we are planning to request those positions and the associated funding this upcoming session.
Okay.
So now the devil's in the details of how that gets done.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure bases were covered, and that maybe comes through a different channel. And if it needed the support of this committee or whatever, just wanted to make sure we didn't drop that ball. So, Mr. Chairman, committee, Mr. Co-Chairman.
So with that funding, are you going to request funding for the full staffing or only what you need, say, going into next year, maybe a 60-65% capacity?
Mr. Chairman, we're going to request the full 36 positions.
Okay.
Committee, anything else for these gentlemen on this front? I'd like to get to Representative Craigo, who has been waiting. Gentlemen, hang tough if you would, just for any other questions we have or your additional comments, but I want to get to the representative. He's been waiting patiently, and we appreciate that. So, Representative Craigo.
Mr. Chairman, sometimes apparently my camera, I look green today, and we can't figure this out. I have worked with IT and LSO several times to try to figure out why I'm green.
That's envy. Representative, that's envy. You wish you were here with us. That's the deal.
I was just going to say.
That's your screensaver.
Yeah, there you
go. Thank you for having me, Co-Chairman Burkhart. Thanks for inviting me to step in. I don't have a whole lot to add. I think the gentleman ahead of me all adequately described what's going on. I would tell you, I've tried to attend some of the meetings, the update meetings with the contractor and the architects and the building, the state building department, and just construction department, excuse me, and just try to stay up to date what's going on. I would tell you, for those of you that have never been to the State Veterans Home, and obviously I live here in Buffalo, so I get to visit it when I want to, but you should definitely stop in, take a tour sometime. It's an absolutely beautiful place. It's a perfect spot for the Veterans Home. Bighorn Mountains are right behind us. There's grazing down over the hill towards Buffalo. It's very pastoral, it's serene, and I would tell you it's Wyoming at its best. It's the perfect spot for the skilled nursing facilities, and we're very glad to have it and proud to have it here in Johnson County. Tell you that the contractors are doing a great job. Mr. Scranton's doing a great job for the state and keeping everything on speed and up to date the best he can. I think everything's going very well. He may add to this, but I think everything's going according to plan. The buildings are going to look fantastic. Actually drove by there this morning, just kind of check up on them, and everything's looking great. A couple things that I was gonna, this is going to change the topic a little bit, but it still has to do with the Veterans Home. And a couple things I was going to report. We recently found out that there is a sand and gravel lease on the acreage right around the Veterans Home, which won't affect this project, but we're sort of nervous about it going forward. And it sort of piggybacks on the discussion you all were just having regarding the cemetery in Casper. And I think we really, as a legislature, need to look at how we can protect that land, remove it from any sort of development, whether it be mineral, oil and gas, coal, whatever. I think we need to protect that acreage right around the Veterans Home for the foreseeable future, for the same reasons we're talking about protecting that land around the cemetery in Natrona County. And it's something we need to look at. We're digging into it. I know state lands have been working on this, and I'm guessing Deputy Crowder could probably answer a few questions if we had any. He probably knows a lot more about it than I do. It's sort of a new development for us here in the county, and we weren't really aware of that. And then the other thing I was gonna put a plug in and put a bug in the committee's ear is, I think as a state, we really need to move forward on the updates to the rest of the facility. I know there's a lot of planning that's gone into that. And again, Mr. Scranton can probably describe that a little bit better as well, but hopefully we can get that project included in the governor's budget next year. Right now, the VA's pays for about 65% of that project. I think it's estimated to be around $55 million, but it's something that's sorely needed, and the facility could stand the update. And other than that, I don't have anything to tell you other than it's looking great and we're very happy. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Craigo, thank you. Really appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Senator Anderson has a question.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Craigo, I am really shocked that we spend a lot of money doing due diligence by the engineering firm, got a lot of information on every site. That lease never came up. The city of Buffalo looked at it, the county commissioners of Johnson County looked at it, and the Office of State Lands looked at it, and nobody mentioned this sand and gravel lease at all. Now in the 11th hour, we're bringing it up. I feel like I'm going the wrong way on a one-way street here. One of the things that was brought up when we were discussing this was that site would be beautiful and the patients would be able to see the bighorns. Well, now we come to find out those patients are in bed and they do not have windows that are going to look out on the mountain. So now are we going to be looking out on a sand and gravel operation? Is that what the patients are going to see? I agree with you. The scenery is beautiful around there, but if we have a sand and gravel operation, that might change that a little bit. Can you tell me what's going to happen with that? Thank you.
Representative Craigo, what's your thoughts on that, the potential of a sand and gravel pit being there?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Senator Anderson, so I'm not sure when this lease was originally, the date of the lease that I have in front of, that I have seen is June of this year. So I don't know if it's a renewal or if it was just this year. So it could have all taken place after you as a legislature actually addressed this in the previous session. As far as I don't know about the windows facing the mountains or not. I know the buildings themselves and the big living rooms and the family rooms, as I would call them, that's not really what they are, but the commons areas, I believe that all faces the mountains. The bedrooms themselves, I think, face the other direction and look down over the pastures, the cows, et cetera, down towards town. And both of which are beautiful views. And so I don't know the answer as far as, when the lease happened. I just found out about it about 3 weeks ago, and I'm thinking we need to do something about it. But I agree with you, Senator Anderson, that it's not ideal. And we shouldn't have a sand and gravel lease there no matter what, whether there would have been skilled nursing or not. That's not a place for a sand and gravel lease, period.
Follow up.
Representative Anderson, follow up.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Maybe we could ask the Office of State Lands what they know about it. My understanding was that it was a lease and it just been renewed in June. So, but I don't know all the details like Mr. Crowder. Is it Mr. Crowder? Might know. Could we ask him?
So Representative, thank you for those thoughts and thanks, Senator. I would see if Mr. Crowder, if you could enlighten us a little bit here and let us know what you know. That would really be helpful. Representative Craigo, if you'd like to hang on, we'd appreciate it. There might be another question come or a thought, and that'll allow you to listen in also. So go ahead, Mr. Crowder. Thank you.
We like to look at him in green too.
Yeah. So what can you tell us, Mr. Crowder, about this lease?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jason Crowder, Deputy Director for the Office of State Lands and Investments. we do have a sand and gravel lease that we are managing on this parcel, and it is a renewal, and I don't think it's the first renewal of that lease. These leases go for 2-year terms, and I can go back and check and see how many exactly or how many times this particular lease has been renewed. But it is an interesting conversation that we were just made aware of as well, as far as being who actually owns that property. Is it somebody else other than us? And we have just recently found some information that we may not own it. But I will tell you that historically, our office has managed it as trust land. We've managed the easements through there. We've managed the grazing leases. We've managed it as if it was trust land for a specific beneficiary. Only recently have we recognized that possibly it's not for the purpose of a beneficiary and for some other purpose. And we are actively doing that research to understand how this property came to be owned by the state, who particularly owns it, what's the specific beneficial purpose of that property, and how should we go forward with it. We absolutely agree that if it's not trust land, we shouldn't be managing a sand and gravel lease on the property, and we'll make efforts to remedy that. It's also important to note that a lease is not development. It also, any gravel lease that needs to any gravel operations that occur on a lease go through the Department of Environmental Quality's process as well. And that's an open public comment type process. So just because there's a lease doesn't mean we're going to be doing activities out there, but we do recognize this is an issue. We are actively researching it to understand exactly what should we do going forward.
So, Mr. Crowder, you've discovered some title concerns on that property. At what point did that title change hands and reportedly come to the state? Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question, and I'm not prepared to answer those questions for you. I will tell you that we found some documents that indicate that it shouldn't be trust land, that it's held for a separate purpose, and I can't explicitly tell you what that purpose is without the documents in front of me, but we're happy to provide a report to the committee once we finish our analysis of the situation.
It could very possibly, Senator Anderson, be a shooting range or something like that. So,
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah,
So
somebody might
Senator
get
Anderson,
shot.
go ahead.
So could the leaseholder hold us responsible for that and sue the state for lack of use, that he couldn't use his property? Does he have any legal authority to do that?
So how does that work, Mr. Crowder?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to speculate on what his remedies might be or where we caused him harm. I'm not sure that we have. Possibly, but we would need to do our research to understand exactly what that would be before I could speculate to that.
Okay, questions of Mr. Crowder? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd request that we get a report back prior to our next meeting. I mean, this is pretty outrageous. We spent a lot of money with an engineering firm looking at all the different sites and everything. And it was in black and white that was a state section owned by the state. I mean, maybe we better have that engineering firm here at the next meeting also, but we need to find out who's got title, and to have a sand and gravel lease and nobody knows about it. That's,
yeah,
I think we need to find out what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative McGuire, thanks. And Mr. Crowder, I would really appreciate any report back that you can give us on this committee. Obviously, we oversee this operation and our military affairs in our state. So we've taken an interest in this thing. We sponsored it as a committee. We worked it all the way through. And then we're finding out, as all of us are, that we've got some difficulties up there. So, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, I guess I have some concern too that, you indicated it's probably not state trust land, but does the state own the land? I mean, there's differences between state-owned land and state trust lands. So is there a difference there?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, we don't believe that anybody else other than the state owns the land. We just don't know who within the state currently owns the land. And Mr. Chairman, I'll just go a little bit further. We've always identified the campus area within the boundary of the fence to be not something that we have actively managed. It's everything outside of the campus in historic practices. So that's the research we're doing. Is it just the campus area, or is it the whole parcel from fence line to fence line.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Crowder, would you be able to give us say a detailed report and information at our next meeting? Because that would help us. I think you see that all the members of the committee have some serious concerns about the situation and just want it resolved. We sure wouldn't want somebody to show up one day and say, I own all this, get all those people out of here. I'm turning it into a Disneyland.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, absolutely. We can
Okay,
provide
thank
support.
you.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Crowder. We appreciate you jumping in on an issue that mostly is just coming to light right now. Representative Craigo, thank you for hanging in there with us. Do you have any final thoughts before you leave us this afternoon?
No, Mr. Chairman, other than, well, part of the title of that, and I just happen to know a little bit about it because it affects also part of the city with, part of the property within the city limits. But, that was obviously part of Fort McKinney at one point, and that was given to the state, I believe, by the federal government at some point in time, long time ago. And so that probably affects how title goes. And I assume that's what Mr. Crowder's talking about, or what we're trying to dig into is what were the terms of that grant to the state and exactly what were the terms of that paperwork. So I appreciate state lands for looking into that and getting to the bottom of it. We just need to figure it out. And because like I said earlier, we just don't need any development on that particular piece of property, and we need to keep it the way it is for the veterans, and that's what it's intended for. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Representative Craigo. We'll see you a little further up the river. Thank
Sounds
you.
good.
Or down the river.
Yeah, gentlemen, back to you guys to finish up this section of additional comments on this and anything further that you guys might have.
Mr. Chairman, I think that concludes our comments on the skilled nursing facility. And with that, I'll turn it back to General Porter.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, you've got another staff.
Heather.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to take advantage of a few seconds while General Porter was walking up to the table and while they were switching, because I gave the committee bad advice and I didn't want to move forward with the military department leaving if the committee wanted to direct me to something. And that is the highest best use is only statutory. It's not in the Constitution. So if the committee, it was the committee's, and I'm speaking about the concern back with the Oregon Trail Veteran
Grazing,
Cemetery.
et cetera.
So if the committee were to want to direct me to write an additional bill draft of the nature that Representative McGuire suggested, I withdraw my concern. Sorry about that.
Thank you. And I will provide, or I'm sure the co-chair will provide at the end of the meeting tomorrow, opportunities for the representative to suggest that, and we may want to. So I'll let him think about that this evening. General, back to you.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, members of the
Finish up.
committee, in interest of time, I'll work through this pretty quick. I can feel Director Reiner and the whiteout team back there itching to get up here, and I see your anticipation as well.
They get
So
excited. They
they
get,
do,
they're
they do, sir.
excited and ready
They
to
do.
go. Yeah.
So I'm on slide 19. And this was some discussion we'd had back in the previous meeting, and really the discussion was to provide some more information on this. If I could just have you go to, there's quite a bit of information, but if we go to slide 23, talking the way ahead, the bottom line is I will come back to you in November with the detailed reports of what our surveys have said and what DOD is intending to do going forward. So unless at the committee's pleasure, if you want me to go through that, I can, but I think the bottom line is I have more information for you coming in November, sir.
General, that sounds good to me, and committee, unless there's any concerns, that sounds terrific, and we'll just hear from you in November. Appreciate you keeping that on the docket.
Yes, sir. And then the final slide is slide 24, which really just is a quick update of the Camp Guernsey grazing report. We're on track to get the contract done and transferred out of the federal side over to the state side. Our next event is the 24th of August, where we'll do interviews of those potential contractors that would be interested, sir. And that's again, I'll have really the finalized information for you in November.
You feel like they've General, there'll be a good response and some folks to interview?
I think we've got one right now so I don't know that we'll have a great response or not. So we'll see where that
Well,
takes
cross our
us.
fingers.
Yes, sir.
The committee, anything, Senator Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, don't we have 80,000 acres you're trying to find somebody for? That's quite a big piece.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Senator Anderson, that is correct.
Anything else, committee? General, thanks for hanging in there with us all afternoon. Appreciate it. Good work. Thanks to your crew for being here. And we will, committee, take about a 5-minute break just so we can get ready for our Department of Transportation folks and let our military folks exit the building. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks very much. Please have a safe rest of summer and we'll see you soon.
Let them retreat.
thank you, General.
Fall out.
Retrograde
Operation. It's not a retreat, it's just a march. It's a march. Welcome back. I think we've got enough, Director, to get started. We've got a quorum up here that's ready and excited.
Excellent.
Director Reiner, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Luke Reiner, Director of WIDOT, and certainly our pleasure to be here today and to follow our counterparts from the military department. With me is Mr. Mark Gillette, who's our chief engineer, and there will be others joining us as we work through these opening comments.
Let me, Director, let me interrupt real quickly and just say thank you for this morning. The visit that we had with your crew, I think, was informative and valuable. It certainly was to me, and I hope it was to the committee. Really appreciated you guys all taking the time to help us get up to speed on all the things you're running into out there. But anyway, thank you for that. Take it away.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would thank you for spending half the morning out there looking, boots on the ground at what the great men and women of WIDOT do every day. Certainly think that the dialogue was good, and I'll make sure I thank Mr. Ralph Triangle, our district engineer, for really putting it together for us. I'm also joined here this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, by Mr. Troy Babbitt, our Chief Technology Officer. I think task and purpose for this next little bit is really just to update you on some current events, to update you on the progress of legislative directives from you to us, because there's some real specific stuff that came out of the last session, and then to answer some specific questions that you asked us at your last meeting that we felt we needed to report back to you on. I just start with saying, hey, WIDOT, hey, good things are going on in WIDOT, and there's a lot of people working hard. If I had to tell you, my two main issues today, I worry about people. I worry about retaining and recruiting, and all of the issues associated with those. And that's, as you heard this morning, I think that's our biggest issue, not only in WIDOT, but across the state. And certainly, we always talk about funding for our facilities. If you could flip to the first slide, which is the remembrance slide for Miss Shirley Samuelson. I just would like to start off with a quick comment that we did really have a tragic accident about a year ago up on Teton Pass, and we lost Shirley up on that pass as she was out working. So we do have a memorial in front of our headquarters there at WIDOT with 38 names on there of men and women who have lost their life over the years working for WIDOT. It's not something that anybody aspires to have their name on that memorial, but certainly I think as leadership, it's important for us to have a way to memorialize the services of people to this state. And so that's what we did for her family and about 100 WIDOT representatives here just a couple weeks ago. And, we think that we're a reasonably safe place to work, but there's 38 names on that from accidents that have happened. If you're, curious, 28 maintainers. And the first name on there is from a maintainer right after we started in about 1917, who was killed in a truck in a whiteout snowstorm. And 8 from the construction side and 2 from patrol for a total of 38. So anyway, we mourn her loss and we drive on. Mr. Chairman, if you move to the next slide, then is some really comment on contractors and construction. So we do this summer have about 90 projects that are ongoing. Again, most of them, in fact, really all of them have to do with asset preservation, and really in the lines of safety and maintenance. The weather this year has been fairly good for us in terms of being able to jump onto construction projects. There have been some delays with COVID-related shortages. Specifically, rebar has just shut us down on one. Paint is always an issue. We're actually rationing what lines we paint across the state. And we are working actively with contractors, really, if there's a shortage that comes up in terms of a material, to extend completion dates, because that's just an issue that's out there that really, as we partner with contractors to make sure that we're both successful, is an area we've chosen to focus on.
So
There is,
Director Reiner, if I could just interrupt real quickly on that front. Like you, over the last several months, I've given a lot of thought to our small businesses and some of the things they're running into out there. And so really appreciate that sentiment that you just shared, which is, when there's unforeseen circumstances, I'm glad that we're trying to do what we can to help out, because these are pretty unique times that we find ourselves in. And so anyway, thanks for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is lots of bridge work that's going on. Mostly you haven't driven through some of those. It is a national priority. I think, I'm not sure if everybody heard the comment earlier today when we were out and about, but there is a bridge that is being repaired immediately west of Rock Springs that's really been quite a while in operation. And we have received a lot of calls on that bridge, just in terms of, hey, what's the nature of delay over? And I just share with you that in that case, the contractor has been paying a penalty because of the length of the delay. And I was very happy with the actions taken by the district, because they recognize the issue of, man, this is a slowdown and there's a backup here. And so they actually took the barriers and changed the type of barriers that were used, the safety barriers, to widen the traffic lane there, and then increase the speed limit from 45 to 65, just to help facilitate traffic flow through there. So again, I think it's, we all recognize, and hey, we got to fix the roads. And yes, it's inconvenience to the traveling public, and let's try and lessen the pain to the maximum extent we can. So. All right, if we go to the next slide, then this is a quick video that I'd like to show you on Teton Pass runaway truck arrestor system. But before we see the video, let me just sort of give you the background. So typically, truck arresters are sand arresters, and if you're going too fast, you swerve into the sand and you go uphill and you stop. Well, on a lot of places, the sand arrestor is on the wrong side of the road. And so if you're screaming downhill and say, oh no, and you got to swerve over, especially there on that hill, it's very possible there's oncoming traffic, and you'll either take a family out in their van on vacation, or you'll choose not to, and you'll run down into Wilson and do more damage, right? So Whiteout made the decision years ago to change the type of arrestor that's on that hill, and went with really a mechanical type. And it's based on sort of like an aircraft carrier, where you hit a net and the net basically slows you down. On an aircraft carrier, so you grab the cable with the tail hook, and it's the same concept. And so that worked for lots of years, specifically on big trucks. We had some good saves, but I tell you, in the last couple of years, started seeing some failures. And specifically with smaller trucks like 1.5 tons with gooseneck trailers on them pulling logs. And after 2 of those, it was like, hey guys, this is not good. We cannot have truck arrestor systems that fail. The public depends on a safe way to stop if you're going too fast. And so we went into we shut it down. We put a bunch of sand barriers in there for temporary and went to redesign. And this is the redesigned arrestor. And we could tell you for hours on what's going on there. But the fundamental issue was, you go into a chute, and it seems like people were hitting the anchor points and dragging the anchors right off the concrete. And so the net was failing. And so the redesign implemented a cone, protected the anchor points, and centered the truck. And that's sort of the elevator speech of the changes made. There's a couple more. So you'll see the test. It was positive, and it worked. And that was really important for me to say to the public, yes, this is safe. We want you to use it. don't carry on down the mountain, pull in there and take a break. So let's go ahead.
Senator
then.
Anderson.
Before you go to that, Mr. Reiner, we recently had a truck run away on the Bighorns, and he went right through the barriers and ended up in the canyon, which he wasn't hurt or anything. The truck wasn't hurt too bad. But can you tell us about what happened with that one? Because that was should have been an 80,000 pound bentonite truck and shouldn't have went through all those barriers, I don't think. But maybe it was more than that.
Different pass, but what can you tell
Yeah,
us? Director?
Chairman Senator Anderson, that's a great question. In fact, at the end, I was going to sort of talk about next steps. So we will take the lessons learned at Teton Pass and apply them directly to that one above Buffalo, because it's the same design. On that one, there's 10 nets. On that one, the nets 1 through 7 failed, 8 and 9 worked, 10 did not. 2 nets were not enough to stop the truck, but it slowed it enough to save the 2 men in their life. And so not a complete failure, but certainly not worked as we would like. And so we put that project onto the STIP, or the State Transportation Improvement Plan, and we've started the process to ensure that we take lessons learned and improve that. I'll tell you the other thing, our intent is to put 1 more of these at the bottom of Teton Pass too, because we think there's a real need there. 1 on that pass is not.
What kind of an investment does that take, start to finish, up on the Bighorns, for example? What would one of those cost?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, let me see if Mr. Gillette knows that off the top of his head.
Just ballpark. I'm just curious what those things cost.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mark Gillette, Chief Engineer for YDOT. It varies greatly, but I would say in the neighborhood of $6 to $8 million to construct an restroom.
Okay, thank you. I suspected. Go ahead. Please continue, Director.
Mr. Chairman, nothing's cheap in this world, is it?
No. I got a plumbing bill from a little addition up in DuBois. So you ought to see that one.
I believe you.
Go ahead.
So if you'd run the video, please, I'd appreciate it. Oh, there it comes. Yep.
Who drew the short straw and had to drive that test vehicle?
So, Mr. Chairman, that was actually a contract driver that was hired by the manufacturer because we found it really unacceptable to buy something and have it fail. And so the manufacturer was a key partner in our endeavor here. But it was basically a guy who drives for a living. And he said, hey, it was pretty smooth ride.
I'll bet it was a rush.
But he hit it at 59 miles an hour. So we wanted to be at 60. So he was pretty close. And he had 60,000 pounds on that. That truck weighed 60,000 pounds. That is our truck. We did provide the truck. And we were actually going to do a test of a small vehicle. But luckily, the week before, while we were waiting for this test, a Tundra pickup ran into the first net, and he saved us the trouble of actually doing a test because it worked. So
what's the Tundra truck look like?
Well, it was sort of stopped. It is effective in stopping it, but it's not designed to. Now I'll tell you, the first net though, if you look at, and it's pretty hard to see on there, there's actually 3 strands you can sort of see coming out of the side. And those are like, for each net, there's 3 anchor points on each side. The first net only has two on each side. And so to lessen the impact and hopefully not tear up the first vehicle as much. And this truck punched through the first one, and it was 2, 3, and 4 that stopped it here. But it stopped basically exactly where they predicted it would. So anyway, again, I just share that with you as, again, focus on safety. And
so, Director, that hangs out over the drop, doesn't it? I mean, it's not on the mountainside, it's on the drop side.
Mr. Chairman, that's on the drop side, right? And that's really what got my attention was the previous failure was it. we were, I was very thankful nobody was
Yeah.
significantly hurt. The truck actually, it was a 1 ton with a gooseneck on it. He jackknifed coming out and the trailer was hanging over the drop, but luckily, the second set of tires caught and on the ledge and didn't go over. So.
Representative Brown.
Thank you. Director, I'm just kind of curious. You said you provided the truck. Was this a truck that was planning on being decommissioned? After touring with you this morning, we had a discussion. Those are $200,000 trucks. I'm just kind of, were we planning on getting rid of this one, or was this one of those trucks that we had sitting there? And let's go crash it through some beams. I can't imagine that was the case, but
Mr. Chairman, Representative, your imagination is correct. That was that truck had fulfilled its useful life and was destined for disposal.
Perfect.
Thank you. So it was
euthanized.
Its life was memorialized.
There you go.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So as we move on, then maybe to slide 4, you looked at really the winter freight improvement project today as being built by Simon Construction. And there's really the cost factors of what you see there for Halleck Ridge and Cooper Cove. And then you looked at the new truck parking areas. So we are excited to see those coming. Truck parking is a big deal for us. Completion date for those projects is the 31st of October in 22. So next year. And then in the middle part of the slide, what you asked me for the last session was a cost estimate for truck parking out in Evanston, based on really sort of the issue we had with Snowmageddon. And so there's our cost estimate for a 200 stall facility. It's comparable to what we're doing there for the winter freight. And if at some point that may be something we need to put in. I'll tell you that just visiting with our congressional team in DC, in this new infrastructure bill, there is some dedicated money for truck parking. And so we may be able to utilize some of that to help us down this road. There's probably not 17 million in there, but anyway, we'll keep working it. But there's an estimated cost for you on truck parking and for 200 stalls.
And that's federal help on that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, if that would be federal.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Where's
Senator
the
Anderson.
200 stall facility? Or have you got it located yet?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, that would be the one that we would propose to build in Evanston as part of, hey, what do we do to ameliorate really the issue we had, in March this last year with truck parking in Evanston. And that was the question was asked from the legislature. So I think that would go a long way to helping with truck parking in that area. It's certainly not on the STIP, but it's certainly something we'll look at and consider and see where it goes. Mr. Chairman, if we flip over to slide 5, really, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Mr. Gillette. And because one of the questions you asked us, and we discussed again today is, hey, what can we help do to help stop some of these snowplow strikes because of really the negative impact on our drivers and the traveling public and everything. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Gillette.
Mr. Chairman, at your request, we did an evaluation of attenuators following our snowplow trucks around to help with the collisions. And it's really 2 parts there. It's on all Wyoming roads and then just interstate routes. And so in our research, in 2020, there was 249 days where snowplows were in operation. 83 snowplows per day on the average, 270 snowplows on the peak day during that year. So skipping down there just a little bit more, the initial equipment cost would be approximately 50 million. Ongoing costs would be about 18 million per year. And over there on the right, if you can see that, it's pretty small print, but there's a breakout. And so we cannot simply attach an attenuator to the back of a snowplow truck because of the sander and the disbursement of sand. So what you need to do is have a vehicle behind the plow truck. And for an attenuator to protect that plow truck, it would be what we call a 4-yard, a single axle, smaller truck. And so you can see the numbers there, 270 of those. And then the attenuators themselves added up to $50 million for initial purchase. And then moving down to option 2 there, just interstate routes. We had 235 days where plows were in operation for 2020. 45 plows per day on the average worked the interstates, and 146 on the peak day. So again, the same analysis there, 7 million in ongoing costs, about 9 million per year for a total of about $28 million for just the interstates. And those ongoing costs do include hiring truck drivers for the shadow truck behind the snowplow carrying the attenuator and just routine maintenance. So Mr. Chairman, those are the numbers that we report back to you with. One thing that I might mention though is that if this were to put in place, a strike on the attenuator would take the attenuator out, and our plow truck would have to stop plowing anyway if it was mandatory. He had an attenuator, so it's just it would take a truck out of service, whether it was struck by through the attenuator or by the plow truck itself like it is today. So we wouldn't be any more efficient at snow plowing. So just a thought there.
So Mark, I just want to take you back up to the top line on the page that you've gone over with us. Essentially 250 out of 360 days in Wyoming, we had snow plows on the road.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. We plow snow all but June, July, and August, and I've seen plows out on the road during those 3 months.
Well, there you have it. So you can tell your visitors all about that. So that's what, about 70% or something. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, is there an application for an autonomous vehicle for this attenuator? Could that possibly in the future? I notice your ongoing costs are probably a lot of it is manpower. Is there a chance those could be autonomous?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, I think that certainly is a possibility in the future. When we progress to that state in a safe manner to where we could use those type of vehicles, I think then it would become a little bit better return on investment and et cetera.
Senator, you might remember some of the testimony we received on that, and we'll talk a little bit about it tomorrow, but during the times that those snowplows are out there, it's still having a little bit of trouble reading the lines on the road. And those are blizzard conditions, and so they may have a ways to go, but I don't know. We'll see.
Baker.
Oh, Representative Baker.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We talked a little bit about this on a tour today. Senator Pappas and I did about the electronic speed limit signs and how they might impact slowing down some of this traffic. Because we talked about the differentiation between the truck putting sand on the road going 23 miles an hour and the semis that are going 80. So was there any discussion about what sort of impact there might be on as far as safety to YDOT employees when they're out on the road if there were more installation of the electronic speed limit or variable speed limit signs?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker, I would say yes. We've had some pretty good success with those type devices out there. The problem that we have right now today is we just don't have enough manpower to maintain those devices. We're just too thin on electricians and that type of manpower.
Okay, please continue. Does that wrap up your section there? Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gillette. I would probably add the other, we are also testing some different light configurations and colors to help try and ameliorate some of the strikes, and we'll keep working it. It's our focus. I mean, it gets all of our attention when one of those gets hit.
So, Director, one of the comments I did receive over the last few days was that the blue lights have helped. I mean, I think that the additional lighting that we put on those plows, at least one driver told me that, which I thought was good. So
Excellent.
at least that helped. Yeah.
We're actually, there's been some experiment in some other states with green, so we're gonna get some green light a shot too. So, Mr. Chairman, moving on really to slide 6, rest areas. I probably don't spend a lot of time on this. You asked us, what the cost was to open and close. You can see it on the slide. The bottom line for us at this point is we have made the decision not to reclose those rest areas, so they'll stay open. And all rest areas in the state except for Fort Steele will be open. We'll open Fort Steele next year upon project completion. And we will, the goal is still to leverage potentially available federal dollars, working through the budget process, which is, really ongoing and will culminate, with your meeting next February. So that's really the current status on rest areas. Moving on then to slide number 7. The question was asked about electronic signs over interstates. And hey, what's the story on those and why did we buy them and how are we using them? And so the short story there is they were purchased with federal funds. And the original intent was roadside traveler information with a focus on safety and travel messages. FHWA has changed sort of the mandate for how we can use those things over the years. And I think that was a reaction to some states putting inappropriate messages on those signs. And so, it just, and the effect was tightening up the rules. And actually, that's one of Mr. Gillette's jobs, is to make sure those things are used appropriately according to federal law. He did stand up a committee to make sure that we meet the standard. And so that's really the short story on those signs. Now, I'll tell you that we right now, I've instituted a moratorium on no more of those signs. And Representative Banker, it goes to your question about variable speed limit signs, because we like VSLs too, but we have a moratorium on those as well. And it's not because we don't like those signs, because we do, because they're effective. The digital message signs are a great way to get messages out. And the VSLs are a great way to control speed, and we know they control lives. But the bottom line today is that we're out of men and women to maintain them. And it's not, in this case, it's not a function of hiring, it's a function of authorized. And, we have a manning document that says you can have X number of people. And in that case, those guys are actually pretty full. But so it's a restriction on trained people with the ability to take care of those, because if they fail and nobody can fix it, then it's worse than just the old dump sign. And so that's the reality that we have right now. And until things change in that arena, that's really sort of our leadership decision that's been made. The next thing that you asked me is, are the electronic signs over the interstates related to Wyoming not having a primary seatbelt law? And the short story there is no. We do often get asked about, hey, what are the effects of laws in the state of Wyoming relative to federal money? And so here's the thing to put in your mind is really the effect of no primary seatbelt law is actually minimal in terms of federal funding. And that doesn't mean, certainly I testified last year that we support primary seatbelt law and it's a safety reason, but in terms of funding, minimal impact. Now, the two laws that do affect funding for us is an open container law and a repeat offender law. And both of those laws do not meet, federal criteria. And so what they do because of that is they take, it's about $11 million a year, is they don't pull it from us, but it's redirected. So it's redirected from the ability for us to put it on roads, and it goes to education and a safety campaign, don't drink and drive, and those type of issues. So we take that money and we put it good use in terms of safety education, but it doesn't go to road. And that's the one relationship that I would just share with you today, just as a matter of fact.
So Director, quick question on that regard. Do we, as a department, work closely or otherwise with our prevention managers out across the state with the Department of Health? Because they are running like campaigns on several issues, and I'm just curious if there would be a way to leverage that money, maybe work with those guys and maybe stretch those dollars even further, but just something to think about.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to the best of my knowledge, the answer is yes, but I'll verify that for you. I know that our safety office, is very willing to work with others. And it just has to have it only has to have a nexus of safety education. And I mean, we've used it, like sometimes when you go into a school, you'll see pictures of like their basketball team, sort of, and say, hey, say no to drugs, or, don't drink and drive, or wear your seatbelt, or whatever the message is. And so I know we're teaming with schools with messages. And so I'm pretty sure that it's a consolidated effort across the state. And I suspect it's also involved with, the governor's impaired driving council, because that's actually a lot of money, and we probably put it to good use.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Director, those two areas of deficiency in our laws, how are the laws deficient that cost us 11 million a year?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman and Representative Burkhart, I think what I prefer to do is to say, let me get back to you on that question. I'm really probably not prepared to talk the technicalities of that today, but I certainly can.
Mr. Chairman, that would be fine, Director. I guess I always thought we had an adequate open container law. I know people who've been cited for an open container. And so that's why I'm curious of where we are maybe deficient in those two areas. And if it's a minor change or something technical for $11 million, I think we could put that forward. And then you can use the money as you need it rather than being directed. So thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, Chairman Burkhart, I concur. Thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, what was the other area? Open container law and
Senator Anderson, open container law, and
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, it'd be a repeat offender law. And my understanding is that's repeat DUIs.
there again, it feels like we've really ratcheted those up as well. But apparently, yeah, thanks, Director, for looking into that for us. And maybe there's something we can get.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. Okay, moving on then to the next slide, which is slide number 8. And again, this is a response to your question of, hey, how are you doing, YDOT, in making sure that our trucking fleet knows what's coming at them on the road? And how are you ensuring that, you're messaging to them appropriately? And we have, Mr. Babbitt here today, and really what I'd like to do is turn over the microphone to him and let him work through a couple of programs that we have there.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, I'm Troy Babbitt. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at YDOT. And I'll just briefly touch on these three successful programs that we've got. All three of them are located in the ITS GIS department, and the men and women that work at TMC, the Transportation Management Center, utilize these three programs to help the traveling public constantly. The first one that we're going to try and bring up on site here, which is the commercial vehicle operator portal. Now, this is very important because this one is specific to businesses and commercial vehicle operators. So they can log on to this type of situation. And this is the only service that provides forecasting information on the roads that we currently have. It's for major commercial routes only. It's designed to be a one-stop, one-shop type of system for all of the alert systems. And this particular portal was actually created with the partnerships of FedEx and Walmart in working with them and the needs that they needed for knowing what the road conditions were like. That's how this originally started. So it's been in place for some time and been very, very successful. It does show the high impact events on the road conditions instantly, and people can receive those through a text or an email, however they'd like to sign up. As you can see, there's like 6 tabs across the top of those, and we'll just run through those real quickly. The first one is the road forecast in a text type of format. So basically, it shows the impact level of a certain section between mileposts. Depending on what is happening in there, it will tell you the wind, visibility, or the surface situation, and either show that as a green, medium, or a high level. And actually, we have the blue for the wind speed there on extreme blowover risks. So on that particular section, it'll bring up what the condition is on those mileposts for those individuals. If you go to the road forecast map, same information is going to be shown here, only it shows the state map, and then it shows all three of those icons. So at a quick glance, an individual could see what particular, all the way across the state, which route they may be running into on certain conditions coming across that. If you go to the next text, current conditions text, this is very similar. You see this kind of information. Somebody can select what particular route they're going to go on to, and it'll give the information that they need in a text format. The next tab is current conditions on the map. I believe most everybody's probably familiar with this. This is our 511 map that shows current conditions across the state. And then individuals, the very last tab is the email and the text subscription. So individuals can put in their phone number, and then based on which milepost they're looking at, they can subscribe to that particular section, and they'll automatically get an update as to what's happening on those particular sections. So with this particular application, we did a survey. 80% of decision-making from companies for advanced conditions either give the opportunity to delay, reroute, or cancel their loads, depending on weather forecasts. And again, that's in 72-hour increments. This is the only one that provides the forecasting information that we currently have.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Babbitt, do you happen to have any statistical information on how much difference this may have made in crashes and accidents on the highways, having this information versus when it didn't exist?
Mr. Babbitt.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, I'll have to get back to you with that. I'm not sure how far back we do have statistics and what a difference this has made. But I know we're talking at least 8 years ago. So I will check into that.
Senator Pappas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The portal, it requires registration by truck drivers, correct? And so they have to be registered to use it. How many do all truck drivers register, or is it a portion? How many people are using this?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, currently we have over 2,800 companies and individuals subscribe to this unit, this particular portal.
Go ahead.
Does it cost them anything they can register at no cost?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the wind one give you velocity and direction, or does it just give you green, blue, and red and really, really high?
Mr. Chairman, I do not know the answer to that question. I will check on it.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, again, kind of revolves around discussions earlier this morning where we were told, and I've experienced this in our district, that there's a little bit of issues with the public and Google Maps. So what can be done to try to integrate some of this to maybe create a portal for Google to draw their information off of? Because what we see is, roads get closed on Y dots, but then Google reroutes into Highway 30 or on a dirt road between the two communities, whatever it is.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker, that's an excellent question. We have finally have a good contact within Google that we're trying to share that information. Before, it was a little bit of a challenge trying to find somebody on that side of the fence. I do know that Colorado struggles with this too, with I-70. They were having the same type of challenges, getting rerouted over mountain passes that were very dangerous. It's not 100% yet. We are having those conversations with Google, but I still think we've got a little ways to go. So,
good question, Representative. Anything else for Mr. Babbitt? Okay, please
I
proceed.
got a quick question.
Oh, Representative Brown.
If we're making headway, Mr. Babbitt, with Google, I'm troubled by it. I really am, because we heard today that we had a truck that got stuck and was sitting up on a 2-lane road that was stuck there all winter long. Not only was that an issue for that trucking company, whatever, but it's an issue for anybody who wanted to plow that road. We can't plow that road now. It's a dangerous situation, in my opinion. So would it be helpful to have something drafted from this committee? Maybe have us put together something to send out to Google to try to get some more response. Are you guys getting responses? Because I see it as a public safety issue. And if you guys aren't getting responses, what in the world do we have to do to get responses and stop having this happen?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, I think that's an excellent point. We view our data as a primary across that. Google collects an awful lot of information from crowdsourcing and information. Ours is the authoritative mapping system, and that is the point that we'd like to drive home to Google. So as we have these conversations, I very much appreciate your comments, and if we need the support of this committee, I certainly will bring forth a recommendation to assist us to.
We'd be right behind you if that fight breaks out, just so you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good comments, committee. Okay, please proceed.
And just real quickly, finally, on the commercial vehicle portal, all systems are funded through the Congestion Mitigation Air Quality CMAQ funding. 90% federal funds pay for this.
So just a quick question on that front. The senator and I were talking. Is that part of the reason why we want people registered? Is the federal funding piece?
Mr. Chairman, I think the registration piece just supports the entire effort, is how important this initiative is and how it saves lives on the public side of the fence.
I was just curious why you have to register in order to use the product, use the service.
Mr. Chairman, a lot of that is for our own knowledge. Where our customer base coming from, and how can we make this better? Constantly monitoring this with, the large corporations, just knowing the customers that are on the road.
Makes sense. Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next one is the Wyoming Travel Authorization Program. This one's just recently been named to the WTAP. It used to be just the WAT, the Wyoming Authorized Travel, which was where individuals, if they needed to go beyond the road closures to get home, to feed cattle, to get to their business, those kind of things, they did have a right. They could log on to this, get a password, and be able to go around a closed road to be able to get home in those kind of situations under conditions that would allow them to get back home. And part of that also was the businesses, the MOU requirement that they would sign up, businesses would sign up, same type of thing. If they needed to get, if their business was located possibly around a road closure particular situation. But the latest one that we turned up last year was known as the RCA, the rolling closure authorization. And as you know, a lot of times, for example, the road may close from Rollins to Laramie. But then because of the situation of Rollins starting to get overloaded, we roll that thing back to Rock Springs, possibly back to Evanston, so that services can be provided in another community. Unfortunately, sometimes our citizens may be stranded in Evanston when they need to just get to Rollins, where the road is okay. This particular application will allow an individual with Wyoming registered driver's license to be able to go around the road closure if in fact the roads are deemed passable, and knowing that it's a road closure, the serious conditions are between Rollins and Laramie, and they can actually get home to Rollins, or possibly if they needed to reroute and go up to Sheridan if roads were fine up that direction. That's the whole purpose of this, is for Wyoming citizens to not get stranded in that rolling closure for services. And we currently, have last year we had over 6,200 subscribers on that. The database does require annual registration, just so that we clean that out, and that we have a password that continually is getting refreshed, so that we don't have people violating and using that falsely. So, and then the 511 notify, most everyone I'm sure is aware of that. That's our official road conditions, the map, the traffic, the information, the wyomingroad.info website, free service to anyone. There's also the mobile app, which I know most everybody utilizes. On average, we have 3.4 million hits in a month. So over 40 million hits per year on that particular system. I do have to share with you, on March 14th, when we talked about the Snowmageddon, we were having 1,600 hits per second on 6 servers that we had there. So we were very much monitoring that, worried about bandwidth, or the overload on our servers, the backups, and everything else, and the system performed and did not go down during that time frame. So that was critical for the folks there at the TMC and the dispatch, monitoring all that as well.
Mr. Babbitt, thank you. I hope you'll share with your troops that might get a little mundane at times, updating and providing that information, but it's really, really valuable to all of us. And all of us use it. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything, committee, before we go back to the director? Okay, Director Ryder, please proceed.
Yep, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Babbitt. I would thank him and his crew. Really, they do yeoman's work, and I think is a great example of leveraging technology for safety on the roads. I might add, for Representative Brown's question about a progress at Google, that progress has really been this year. And we just really got the Heisman for a long time, and finally, the team was able to find the right person at Google, and they've now actually acknowledged that, hey, we might actually know something about the roads in Wyoming, and that it might be useful for them to pay attention. Before that, I mean, even the governor was involved, and so I'm really happy with the progress that we're making. If we could then move on to slide 9, and really, I tell you, I'd like to invite Mr. Glenn to come up and join us here, who's the deputy director at State Parks. And thank you, Troy. And what I'd like to do is just update you quickly on really, I think, some pretty exciting potentials on ORVs use around the state. And a little history there is, certainly Southwest Wyoming has been interested in about a 3-mile stretch of putting ORVs onto the interstate to connect some trails. And, really, there's been a lot of interest in how do you support the economy of our state. And this is one of those areas where we said, hey, this is really for old timers, we don't let people in our right of way. And the comment was, hey guys, we got to think outside the box here, and let's look at what we can do safely, and leverage, some ground that we have, and help the economy of our state as we move forward. Now, if you're tracking, the governor's guidance on survive, drive, and thrive, and the 12 goals, this actually now, while we've been working on it for about 8 months with State Parks, has fit squarely into goal number 6. And so it's nice to be able to say, you bet, boss, and you bet, legislatures, we're on it and working. And so this would be our update to you on that. There's still some issues to work through. And there is, I know, a proposed bill to talk tomorrow at the very end of this. I would like to just tell you, we've got a couple amendments to make to that, because this has been a moving target. And what we started with as a simple, hey, let's add ORVs to the interstate, has grown. And I just want to walk through some of those friction points and talk about where we see us going. And there's multiple slides with pictures, but we'll flip through those pretty fast. I would also like to give Mr. Glenn just a couple of minutes here at sort of the end of this, just to put the state parks perspective on this. I know tomorrow we're talking the bill, but I think some of this helps set the condition for the discussion tomorrow. So that's really sets the groundwork for the discussion. If you look at slide number 9, really the second bullet down was, hey, the initial ask was permit access to the interstate for ORVs. We've talked that. Here's has become, as you peel that onion back, is, hey, that's great. And we think we've got a pretty good solution, we think, on the books for allowing, ORVs to run out by the fence, but you got to get there somehow. And as you started thinking through that process, that one sort of jumped out at us. She's like, oh, Moses, yeah, and they probably might have to drive on state highways to do that. And so I'll walk you through a couple of those issues. And so that becomes sort of those two issues, the interstate itself and how to get there. And then what we've discovered is terminology is not synchronized and not defined. And so you start talking about trails and routes and roads and ORVs. I mean, there's 3 types of different ORVs, and there's very specific definitions related to each one of those items in the legal world, which we really do care about. And so that's also a work in progress. And so there's that setting. So let me go to the next slide, slide number 10, and just say that as you look at that map, those are.
Director, just one moment. We've got a question from Senator Pappas.
Yeah, also could you, and maybe you will get to it, but how do federal regulations relate to our right away, especially at the interstate, what the Federal Highway Administration says? Maybe you'll get to it. But
Mr. Chairman and Senator Pappas, so that's a good question, and it was really probably the first question he asked. And Federal Highway says, no, go for it if you want. Make sure it's safe. Now, that surprised us because we thought it would be a specifically NO, and it wasn't. And so that really cleared the way to, okay, let's take the next step. Yeah, so right now we are working closely with FHWA on this whole process, but so far I have not found a hurdle that we cannot get over. And don't get me wrong, there's been a lot of discussions and there's more discussions to come, but so you get this, estimate of, hey, do I think we can get to yes? And I'm cautiously optimistic that we're gonna be able to get there.
Thank you. Go ahead, please proceed.
So current statutes allow entities that own roads, so think city, county, and state, to enroll their road in what's called a route if they have permission from your friends in state parks. Okay, and so what this map shows you is really who's doing that. And you can see the list off to the right, and in terms of cities and counties. And so there's lots of reasons for them to do that, which primarily are economic at this point. And some of them have to do with just getting around town. But that probably, I think the so what of this is, it's more than just Evanston at this point and Southwest Wyoming, although that's certainly who started the discussion with us. So if you go to the next slide, here's really the same concept of what has been subscribed in Southwest Wyoming. Now, what I point out here is if you see the star on the left, that is Evanston. And then if you follow the interstate off to the right, there's Lyman and Mountain View and some of the other areas. So, and you see those light blue lines, that's really where the county has said, hey, we want those to be trails. And you can see it covers a lot of miles. And that's their vision, is to do ORV tourism on those routes in concert with state parks. And what brought YDOT to the picture was there's a big gap on I-80 that about 3 miles that you gotta use to connect, that blue line that comes in from, the bottom left of the picture into Evanston, and then it kicks off again. You see the little painted road, and there's a blue line that keeps going off to the right of the picture. So you got to connect those two, and that became YDOT's role. And that's really what's driving the train. So we're working through different options on the interstate. If you go to the next map, then this is a zoom in. Let's just do the top left picture for a sec. That's a zoom in on the easternmost exchange with the interstate in Evanston. And so it connects into a road called Bear River. And so the concept is that where Evanston wanted and Parks wanted to start the trail was right there at that intersection of Bear River and the interstate. But the concept there is, if you see the little box with a P in it, that's an old abandoned hotel and with a big old parking lot. And the concept there is you pull in your pickup with your RV on there, and you park and you offload it, and you got to get down to the interstate. Or, you stayed overnight in a hotel somewhere in Evanston, and you got to get, down to the interstate. And so that has become that's been the change that we didn't see coming, and would be the modification to the bill that we would suggest, is somehow the state, YDOT, needs to ensure the ability to go from the little box with the P to the trail along the interstate, which means we need to enroll on the state side that road. And so there's some statutory issues in there that I'm pretty interested in ensuring are correct, because in the end, I think what you pay me as a director of YDOT to ensure is safe passage for everybody on the road. And in this case, we're starting to mix some classes of vehicles. So that's an issue we're working on with state parks. And I think we got some good answers to that I'm actually pretty comfortable with. I saw a question there, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, how does a ORV trail cross the interstate? It looks like it goes across the interstate. Is there a underpass there or something on those Bear River pictures?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, that's a good question. What I'll tell you yet is we don't have a final decision. Our goal is we're going to try not to cross the interstate. And so, but there's some decision points we need to sort of make to get there. Our goal right now is to try to keep everybody on the north side of that interstate and not cross it. If you cross it, we're actually looking at, there's a nice underpass that we were going to try and work, but it has an easement for a rancher. And so, there's a purpose, for every sort of structure that is out there. And there's no structures that say ORV crossing. And so it's all one of those things you sort of got to scratch your head and say, hey, what's the logical thing for us to do here? What's fair and right and in accordance with current law?
Can we double up on a wildlife crossing underneath the interstate and kill two birds with one
Well,
stone?
that's a possibility there, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely. So more to work on there. And the answer is cross it very carefully. Right. So, and in fact, Senator Anderson, to your question, you can see on the bottom right picture, there's actually a service road that we own, YDOT owns on the northern side. And right now, one of the proposals just run down that service road. And again, to apply the rules for state roads in enrolling them to that road. And that's probably likely the solution we'll get. I don't think we have a final answer yet. What we wouldn't mind actually giving that road to the county and then letting them sort of deal with that. And that would actually facilitate, but that's another discussion for another area. But I think the key thing is, we're looking at solutions and thinking, I think sort of outside the box in terms of, hey, what can different levels of government with different statutes do for success? So there's
And-
that portion.
And Director, just to alert the committee, we do have some representation here from the southwest part of the state. Mr. Tesoro is here and he's been one of the folks heading up that effort over there. And so I'm sure he can answer some questions too a little bit later. Just wanted to make sure the committee knew that he was coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's go to the next slide. And here, there's a zoom in. So with the circle, that's really the right or the easternmost portion of the proposed trail. And is really where you leave the service road, the eastern service road that we talked about, and would have to absolutely jump onto the interstate. I'll tell you, I went out there and put eyes on because it was important enough to me to just to work through that issue. Most of that is actually not too bad a terrain. There is one portion where I think you would have to put a barrier between the proposed trail route and the interstate for safety because it's too close. And so I actually have a YDOT team headed by a planner that works for Mr. Gillette working on what our policies would be there. Because in the end, safety is our primary concern. So then you follow the northern part of the road and of the interstate, and we think we have the right statute changes to allow that, because that will take a statute change for us to do, and we're willing to do that and think we can do it in a safe manner. Next slide, please. Then you get to the right nexus where you sort of jump off the interstate, and again, you're onto a service road. We own a mile of that service road, and then it becomes county, and it's asphalt. I want to say that county goes to a gravel, but I wouldn't swear to that. And so again, you've got the same issues there with that portion of the road that you do on the service road. So that's a quick overview of what we're looking at in terms of a route. If you go to just my final slide, then is I just maybe a quick update of where I think where I'm at is. So hey, we were asked to look at putting an ORV into the right of way. So we looked at it and we said, yep, I think we can do that. That led to, hey, we got to change statutes for state highways on how you get there. And we're working through that right now, because I'm not interested in enrolling all state highways, but I am interested in defining what state highways we could to facilitate ORV trails in support of the economy of the state. And that's really important to me, because I just don't think we want a bunch of ORVs all over the state on our roads. And so I think we need to be careful as we go down that road. So where do we stand? Is in this case, Evanston and Uintah County have enrolled their city and county roads as ORV routes. Okay, and that was done in February of this year. We are working on and exploring enrolling segments of our state highways to support that. The terms of route and trails are being used interchangeably right now, and that's problematic. And so we're working on defining those with state parks. The internal policy and permitting process needs to be looked at from a state parks perspective in terms of ensuring you meet the legal definitions to drive on a route. All right, and I don't want to get into details here. I think we'll have time in later testimony to do that. There is a team of YDOT and state parks and working with Uintah and county to ensure that they're meeting monthly, right, working this process. So we're working to get it done. And I thank my team for being actively involved in that. And, again, I think you can read the rest of it, and this is stuff that we're working. I think with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hand the floor to Mr. Glenn and see what he would add. And then I do have some proposed amendment. And I think, Mr. Chairman, I probably follow your lead in we can, maybe tomorrow is the appropriate time to discuss it, but it was handed out. I would be happy to discuss it. And I, the bill that LSO produced was actually really close and was really good. And we're modifying it for some of the specific issues that we just discussed, which are really what we didn't see coming when we started this process. So as all things, this evolved as we go. But that's.
Director, I think that given the lateness in the day and, we did not intend to take the bill up tonight. And so if you and your troops would be ready to
absolutely
guide us through where those amendments might come to the bill, I'm sure that we would entertain them. And with the deputy director here, we're good to listen in and see what you have on this front.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Anderson.
Didn't I see somewhere that you had a permit issued to the ORV? And I don't see that you show up at Bear Lodge above Sheridan. We use the right of way for snowmobiles and four-wheelers. And for that entire area up there, it's pretty prevalent. And I don't know that it's authorized, but it's sure used. But I thought I saw somewhere where it said there was a permit issued, and I'm hoping that's that permit I get for riding on the state highways. Or is there another permit going to be issued?
We sure hope that the senator was authorized. I mean, if he wasn't, can you enlighten us?
Yeah, we sure hope.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, I'm sure you were authorized.
Yeah.
So I believe, so if you have a decal, that allows you to go on the trails defined by state parks. If you register it, then you can drive on 2-lane roads, not on yours. So this is the elevator speech on it. In terms of the Bear Lodge, I would have to rely on Mr. Glenn to know whether that's an enrolled route. It may, or an enrolled trail. It may or may not be, and I don't know that for a fact. But I know that there has been some discussion of sometimes things occur sort of outside the realm of where we might expect. And it may be one of those areas that we might need to relook at in terms of authorizing trails.
Might be one of those cases of not seeking permission and just intending to apologize afterwards, right?
Mr. Chairman, that could be.
There you go. I learned that too. So, Mr. Deputy Director, take it away from the parks angle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This cord's a little short, so I'm going to lean forward a little bit here. My name is Dave Glenn, Deputy Director of Wyoming State Parks, Trails, and Historic Sites. First off, my computer's on the fritz, so I'm just winging it here. I can't read my notes. I do not have a chief technology officer. It's usually my 14-year-old nephew. So I'm just going to wing it here, so bear with me. First off, I want to thank you all for having this conversation. And I really want to thank Director Reiner and his team for being open to find ways to say yes. We came with a problem. They addressed the problem. And as he said, so far, we haven't found a hurdle that we can't jump over. We may get there, but we're not. And we just really, really appreciate the efforts that they have taken on to help increase Wyoming's outdoor recreation economy and tourism economy throughout the state. And you're going to hear, I believe, from Mark Tesoro. So I'm not going to talk a lot about Southwest Off-Road Trail System, but I will say we have a outdoor recreation working group that consists of 6 different agencies that have conversations monthly about how do we move the needle in outdoor recreation and tourism, and how do we do it responsibly in the state of Wyoming. Representative Burkhart talked about his hunting spot getting found out about earlier. I'm a big hunter, and I'm not really ready for 1,800 more Utahns to be coming into the Wyoming range and chasing my deer around. So we're trying to do it responsibly as well. And with this interagency group, which consists of the Office of Tourism, WYDOT, Business Council, State Parks, and 2 others, State Lands, and one other I can't think of. But we meet monthly, and we're very progressive, and we're trying to move the needle forward, trying to achieve those governor's recommendations, 11 recommendations and 59 sub-recommendations on outdoor recreation and tourism throughout the state. When Mr. Tesoro called State Parks and our Trails office and said, we've got an idea. and I'm representing a group in Wyoming. It was right in our wheelhouse. And this team took that on and tried to find ways to move that needle and have conversations to make it happen. So it's right in our wheelhouse. We've got a community that's involved. They've done it the right way. On their board, they have elected officials, they have the sheriff or law enforcement folks, they have landowners, and they're bringing everybody into the tent to have the conversation. And that we applaud this group for moving this forward. Our dream, let's connect it to Rock Springs. Let's connect it to Casper. Let's connect it to Rawlins. And let's have a 5,000-mile route where people could come through the state and spend 2 weeks with their family touring throughout the state. So just to lay the groundwork for the conversation, we're really excited to talk about it more. And thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Mr. Deputy Director, thank you. Appreciate your efforts too. And I love your vision and your enthusiasm. And I think this committee is standing pretty ready to help in any way we can too. Director, I'm going to come back to you. We need to move on through we're getting on into the evening and we've got a function tonight. So I'm going to let you carry on and march on through if we can.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I will be brief. If we slip over to slide 16, you asked me to report back on alternate routes. Mr. Chairman, I can talk that now, or we can table it till next time. But I'm happy to just give you some concepts there.
I think this one is worthy of a few minutes of your time, Director. If you could go ahead and take this one on and just keep it at as good a level as you can, and we'll march on through.
All right, you bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a couple thoughts. One is certainly there's a discussion between two communities and an alternate route, and really asked me for some thoughts on that. One is I think it's worth noting what the role of federal and state highways are. And as we think through that, it's really to connect states and communities and to facilitate commerce. And I think of that is the role of federal and state highways. And then you say, well, what's the role of county highways? And that's really local transportation, and access to homes, businesses, and access to the state and federal highways. It's sort of the connector road. And you got to have them both for a successful transportation system. And some communities in our state don't have it. And it's a problem. And so in this case, as you talk about probably Green River and Rock Springs is one of the examples, I'm probably not necessarily opposed to that, but then you start thinking about functions of roads. And so that's one discussion. The other thing to think and keep in mind is you have potentially parallel routes with interstates. And sometimes you hear the argument of, hey, that's going to help us out in terms of, if the interstate's close because of snow, then we can just go on the secondary road. The actual reality of that is in terms of snow removal priority, we always do the main line or interstate first. When that is clear, then we will go to the secondary routes. And that we don't really deviate from that because we cleared the interstate first. So there's that thing to keep in mind. That dollars are limited and we are very focused on asset preservation. And so if we add a new road to the STIP, something has to come off. And that's just the reality of what we deal with on a day-to-day basis. And I've talked to you before about our guiding principles in terms of how we spend our state money in terms of transportation. So there's that. And then I'd probably just close with, hey, I'm an old military guy, that. And I like alternate routes and I like plan B and plan C. And I'll tell you, for me, it becomes an issue of risk. And if you said, hey, Reiner, where do you think we should have an alternate route? I wouldn't choose that one we're talking about. I'd probably go to two other places first. The first place I'd go is the Wind River Canyon. Because if you lose that road, it's a long way to north. right? It's a long way to get to Thermopolis and to get up to the bases. And so when I worry about trafficability in this state, and I worry about roads that we have to keep open, and where you prioritize response, that's the first one I go to in terms of 2-lane. And we have a lot of rocks that fall on in that canyon. And so that's the one I worry about. And if there's a big landslide like happened on I-70, or an earthquake, or a dam break, I mean, there's a lot of things that could take out that road, and it's a long way around to Buffalo and up over the hill. So there's that. The other one I actually do worry about is tunnels on the interstate over by Green River, because that's an obstacle that is, if you lose that, then all the traffic has to go through the town of Green River, because there's no good alternate route. And so from that standpoint, as I think about risk, and as I put that into the function of how do you spend money, that's maybe where my mind goes. Mr. Chairman, that's a quick discussion of that topic, pending any questions you might have.
Any questions? Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know Representative Baker is big on this particular topic. And the stretch, sorry about that. And the particular stretch of highway we're talking about actually runs my district between Green River and Rock Springs. And obviously the bridge is clear now. But when we had that, a lot of that bridge work going, there were days where we had 12 miles backed up just on traffic. And there were a number of the times that we actually had accidents between there that pushed that even further back, that actually shut down those tunnels because there was nowhere else to go. And there is a service road. It's not really a maintained road. It's a private road put out by, I think it's the Grazing Association that runs that. And just one time, we actually had a semi try to take that, and they got stuck. So, that actually shut down all access. You're getting from Green River, Rock Springs, and then you're looking at semis that try to park on the shoulder. They think they're there to control the traffic, and not our professional highway patrolmen. And now we have emergency situation where ambulances couldn't get from Green River, Rock Springs. So now we look at on the health concerns and stuff like that. I see your concerns a little different than mine, but I received a lot of phone calls. I'm sure Representative Baker received a lot of phone calls and stuff like that on how do we address those particular issues, especially when we don't have an actual working hospital within Green River, and we're 20 minutes away with an open road, much less if we have any more bridge construction or have any more bridge work like that. That shuts down our only access east on that. So I would be interested in having a different conversation, maybe, your vision versus ours on where we live in that particular area. Because I know Mark Baker, Representative Baker has a big plan for trying to receive some funding at the federal level and stuff like that. And I'm not going to take his thunder on that, but I just think our issues our concerns may be a little different on routing, just because I see things differently when I travel every day.
Representative, is there a question in there?
Let's just kind of go back on just
Thank you.
a little bit of pushback.
Director, continue.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, moving on then to slide number 17. This is a quick back brief from me to you on how we're doing on some of the tasks. So House Bill 14 required us to ask for unfettered access to the right of way. And we're working through that, have had multiple meetings, and I have a draft letter to the federal entities that are involved. The House Bill 20 required driver's license requirements and visual acuity. We're finalizing the rules with the AG as we speak. House Bill 66, large project funding, that has to do with Dry Piney. So that project has been let. We've had pre-construction conferences. It will start construction next spring and should be completed by the 31st of October in 2023. Then House Bill 86, off-road recreational vehicles, is in effect. And I believe we have an amendment to that bill, to that statute to discuss tomorrow. The roadkill bill, House Bill 95, the rules are drafted. We help Game and Fish do that. And in terms of reports, we submitted our personnel reports as required, and quarterly air service report is in. And I would like to confirm that you did receive that quarterly air service report.
Yes,
Because
I did.
Okay, what I ask is that we submit every report we submit to other entities that we also submit to our home committee. So we'll keep doing that. Any questions on that? Mr. Chairman, if we move to slide 18, hey, I just never want to miss a chance to talk about how great the employees of White are doing. There's this one just highlights driver services. Thank you, Mark. We had a great customer satisfaction survey. You can see the increase in satisfaction of the public with our driver services. And I'll tell you that that increase occurred during COVID and masks. And masks were a point of friction at driver services over this last year. And I suspect some of you were involved in some of those phone calls that came in. And I appreciate the professionalism that our team conducts themselves with, and their focus on customer service. I think I'll on the next slide, slide number 19, we'll ask Colonel Howard to talk quickly about a couple items on that page.
Anything, committee? Please continue. Mr. Director. We're going to go to the colonel. Okay, good deal.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Haller, Colonel of the Wyoming Highway Patrol. I will be brief per my boss's orders. So last year, briefly, just before we get to this first slide, last year we did have 3 Amber Alerts. One of those was the child was found in Idaho. 2 of those, one issued by the state of Idaho, one issued by us at our 24/7 communication center. Both of those children were safely recovered by your troopers in our state. This past July 14th, still very fresh, we had an incident happen in Colorado, and there was an Amber Alert that went out. Things were happening very quickly. They didn't really ask us to activate the Amber Alert in our state on behalf of the state of Colorado, because they had very good information that the suspect was headed our way. We had 2 troopers set up on the Wyoming side of I-25, and in fact, they did identify the suspect vehicle. The information was that the father, who was a non-custodial parent, intended to do fatal harm to the child and himself. So troopers began to pursue the suspect. There was a short pursuit. Ultimately, we were able to get the vehicle safely stopped, and that individual was taken into custody and charged with several felonies, and the child was returned to her custodial mother unharmed. With that, I'm sure the committee is aware, we did unfortunately have a use of deadly force involved on June 25th in Division I, which is Lander, Fremont County. We had a trooper towards the end of his day shift, approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon, decided that he would take Seaton's Canyon Road out of Lander for a nice quiet ride before he ended his shift. As he was working his way up, he identifies a vehicle at a high rate of speed coming back down the mountain, and he radars him at 100 miles an hour. So he turns around, does what all good troopers do, and attempts to stop the suspect vehicle. The suspect vehicle continues at a high rate of speed and attempts to evade the trooper, but he's not exactly sure at that time. He does turn into a driveway. A trooper turns into the driveway a short time later behind the suspect and begins to engage and give verbal commands. Everything seems to be going okay, but the trooper is extra careful because something is off. It doesn't feel right. And so as he begins to physically engage the suspect turns, and he had a firearm stuck in his waistband. And an all-out struggle ensues. And there is difficulty in obtaining that firearm. There's a fight over it. And ultimately, the suspect is able to pull the trigger while the trooper still has his hand on that firearm, and the round goes into his inner thigh on his left leg. And of course, at this point, the trooper knows that he is behind and he is losing this battle. And so unfortunately, he has to engage in deadly force with the use of his sidearm, and he ends that fight. This trooper showed great courage. His training and instincts kicked in, and he has survived this encounter. So he was life-flighted to the airport there in Casper, and he received medical attention at the Casper Medical Center. He was actually released the following day after surgery. Miraculous, and we do expect him to return to full duty, although it is going to take some time. As you might expect, this was a big wake-up call for our agency, and this is one of our own, and it's one of yours. And so with that, I did want to report that he is doing well. I speak to him weekly. His division up there in Lander is ready to have him back. We're keeping him plugged in and taking care of him in a number of ways beyond just the medical side of the house. So with that, on the next slide, page 20.
Senator Pappas?
Was the individual a Wyoming citizen, do you know, or was he the person that was coming down the hill that the officer engaged with? Was he a local resident?
Mr. Chairman,
Colonel?
Senator Pappas, yes, sir.
He was.
And to my knowledge, he is a Wyoming resident. On Mr. Chairman, on page 20, on the left portion of the slide, you'll see a trooper is actually Lieutenant Sergeant McKay. We have several training, education, safety programs at the Highway Patrol, and this just happens to be one of them, the child seat safety inspection, and that photo portrays that Lieutenant McKay is performing an inspection on a passenger vehicle for parents to make sure that safety seat is properly installed.
So is that something that parents can request, or I didn't realize that our officers would do that or do that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. We actually make every attempt on all of our basic academy classes to train all of our troopers in this. And it is not uncommon on traffic stops or making contact with travelers to ask the parents if they see an infant or a child in a child restraint to offer if they would like to make sure that it is installed correctly. And oftentimes that offer is accepted. We do also have what we call seatbelt rodeos and things like that, where we'll advertise them, and members of the local community will come in and do that as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, just to finish up on that slide, a couple other pictures of some long-term employees that again put a great face of YDOT forward. The one in the middle is Miss Laura Wheeler, and she works in our Cheyenne office in driver services, and we get a lot of, hey, isn't she great, notes, and you know, it's just pretty nice to get those. And she's been there a long time. In fact, now we're starting to see cases where she gave somebody their first license. Now she's giving that first license to their kids. So there's some long-term dedicated, you know, employees at YDOT, and we just thank them so much. And the guy on the right, his name is Mark Urban, and he's a surveyor in District 1. And so he's a second generation guy working for YDOT, 23 years. And so the generational guys, you know, we see actually quite a few of those. We have one that we know of who's actually fourth generation of, you know, proud YDOT employees. So we try and foster that type of work and reward it. Mr. Chairman, then the last slide for today is I'd like to invite Mr. Sheehan, the interim director of PTS, and Mr. Babbitt back up really to talk over current status of RIS, the Revenue Information System implementation, which now actually we're calling Transportation Information System. But with your permission, I'll pass it to Mr. Sheehan.
Well, I'm Timothy Sheehan, the interim director of ETS. Thank you for the opportunity. A couple months ago, I was put in place as the interim for ETS, and one of my first phone calls was to Director Reiner to have some conversation on the TIS project and ensure our agencies were aligned on moving that project forward. I'm happy to report we've had a upwards of probably close to 3 dozen meetings since that time, and ensuring the review of that RFP and working with the consultant has been progressing satisfactory, at least from my standpoint. Director Reiner also reached out to the president of the University of Wyoming to ensure we had engagement with the folks over there. And their deputy CIO, Jen Chavez, has worked with us extensively in this review process as well. I'm happy to say I think we're nearing the complete review of that RFP. And I think we're getting close to a spot where YDOT should be a place to release that RFP. I'd hand it over to Mr. Babbitt for further comment for anything I may have missed or any questions of the committee.
Appreciate you being here this evening. Thanks for your patience and appreciate your work. Mr.
I would
Babbitt,
certainly go on
Director, go
record
ahead.
right now as thanking Mr. Sheehan and his entire agency really for their support and leadership on this thing, because it wouldn't happen without them. So I appreciate that.
So, Mr. Sheehan, is this an aggressive enough timeline? You feel like rolling this out all the way to 27 is going to be adequate for what we need?
I believe so. Over the review that we've completed, I think Matt Tech, the consultant that YDOT has been working with, has put together some solid game plans for us to work off of. And we believe that the timeline that was proposed in the quarter, or not quite the quarterly report, but the update report is sufficient. And I think we can hit those timelines satisfactory.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Babbitt.
Mr. Chairman, again, Troy Babbitt, Chief Technology Officer at YDOT. Director Sheehan covered that very well. I don't have a whole lot more to add to that. As you know, you do have the timeline in your packets there. As we're working together in a collaborative effort, ETS, YDOT, and UW, I think we've got a very strong team, as well as a consultant. We've certainly dug into the mainframe. We've dumped an awful lot of data. We're looking at all that data, understanding where that 40 years of process has happened. And I do believe that we're on track. I do just want to re-emphasize that we are writing this RFP for the system to meet the requirements. Nothing above and beyond, not going crazy, just the state statutes that need to be delivered for this system to function. So with that, I certainly.
So, Mr. Babbitt, the idea is to just replicate what we do now and who we do it for. We're not going to try to frost the cake at all, huh?
Mr. Chairman, we want to have the best product. We've taken a look at other states that have failed and trying to understand why they failed. We want to do this once. We want to do it right. We want to make sure that the data is clean, that the data is available to be able to run reports as necessary, ad hoc, or by state statute. So that's our emphasis, to make sure that the citizens of Wyoming have a very strong computer system that they can rely on.
We appreciate it, guys. Thanks. This is a big move, and it's nice to get going forward on it. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, have you updated or changed the fees you're charging third-party users?
Mr. Babbitt?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, yes.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you.
I'm happy.
Anything else, committee? Anything else, gentlemen? Back to you, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do just want to take a moment and thank the staff at ETS and YDOT for the work on this. This is one of many on our teams who have worked through this. So I just want to give them a quick shout out.
Thanks for that. We appreciate them all. It's going to be a lift. And that was my curiosity. Are we going to get it done in time to be completed, before anything else falls apart? And it sounds like this timeline is acceptable to all of you, and it's headed in the right direction. So it's good to know.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would say on this RIS topic, certainly thank you for your push and your leadership and your guidance and your support. So we're full steam ahead on this, and we're working hard. So I really, with that, I think, Mr. Chairman, that would conclude comments from us today in terms of sort of answering the mail. And we'll look forward to discussions tomorrow, pending any questions you might have of us now.
Appreciate it, Director. Thanks. Anything committee? Okay, gentlemen, yeah, we do have public comment and I'm going to get to that right now. So gentlemen, thank you. Appreciate that. I am going to go to public comment. Mr. Tesoro, you have been patient. Thank you. I'm sorry it takes into the evening sometimes, but welcome. I want to get to you first in case you've got to hit the road tonight.
Thank you. I will say that the chairs here are much more comfortable than the ones back there.
I wish I could have gotten you up here quicker.
Fine. Mark Tesoro from Southwest Wyoming Off-Road Trails. I'm the president of the organization there, and I'm here today to offer public comment on behalf of our project down in Southwest Wyoming in support of YDOT and the I-80 connection for the right-of-way to access the trail system down there. Just a quick genesis, and I did tell Senator Landon before the meeting that I would try and keep this kind of brief because I know it is late in the day, and I also have had a chance to visit with a handful of you on this committee in the past month or two, just to get you up to speed on the project there. And I do appreciate those of you that have visited with me on this project in advance. And so that might be a little repetitious for some of you, but for the rest of you, it might be new. This project is an economic development project for Southwest Wyoming. I presented to the Economic Development Commission for Uintah County about 1.5 years ago the idea to connect the communities of Southwest Wyoming with a series of off-road trails in order to bring people into the state so that they could spend money, ride and see the different destinations, and help the local economies. And so I gave the presentation to the Economic Development Commission, and they were very receptive on it. And they said, why don't you put together a working group to see if this could be something that could be moved forward and if there's any real legs to it. And so I approached, the first person I approached was Rick Schuler, who is the husband of Senator Wendy Schuler. I worked with him 20 years ago on a scenic byway project outside of Evanston. And he was also the district ranger for the Uintah National, or the Uintah Mountains, just outside of Evanston, about 30 miles away. He said that he thought, and also up there in the Uintahs, they have about 350 miles of ATV and OHV trails existing and have had so for about 20 years. So once I pitched the idea to him, he said, this is a great idea. I've wanted to do something like this for 20 years, but could never find the right partner. And so between Rick and I, and of course, Senator Wendy Schuler, we assembled a group of individuals in Evanston and Southwest Wyoming to start looking at the feasibility of something like this. And in our first meeting that we had back in January of 2020, we were able to get many different stakeholders to the table, from BLM, Game and Fish, City Council, County Commission, other organizations in Evanston to come and hear what the project would be about. And so from that point, it was a lot of back and forth about what the possibility could be, and could we get something like this off the ground. And so what we did was to all of us sit down and talk about, okay, how would we be able to make this project get off the ground? And the most feasible way that we thought we could do it was to be, since there is so much checkerboarded land in Uintah County, so much privately owned property, would be to use the county road system to access the community from Evanston to Bridger Valley. And by using the county road system, it would be using the public right-of-way instead of trying to work with the landowner and just say, hey, we'd like to carve a trail up between your meadow and get from point A to point B. It would be using the public right-of-way. And so the county commission, we approached them in the beginning. They asked us to make sure that landowners were involved and let them have a say-so on this project. And so we involved landowners as well. So the next thing that we did was to ask all of the landowners to come to two different meetings that we had in the county. And we did have very good participation from those landowners, and they brought their concerns in front of us, and we addressed them as best that we could. And then the other part of the issue was to also involve the city, because for this to be an economic driver for the communities, the riders have to be able to access the amenities in the towns. Those are hotels, RV parks, restaurants, convenience stores. And so we also started working with City Council in Evanston. The City Council passed the resolution to allow ATVs and OHVs on city streets at the end of this year. And the county commissioners in Evanston passed the ordinance to allow limited use on county roads for 13 county roads in Uintah County, so that we could make the connections from Evanston to Bridger Valley. Me being in newspapers and running several newspapers in Southwest Wyoming, I visited with Senator Dockstetter at a newspaper convention in January of 2020 and pitched the idea to him. And he said, "This is a great idea. We'd like to connect with what you're doing in Uintah County with what we already have existing in Lincoln County." And so he has been on board with our project as well. And I just kind of wrote out just a very quick list of some of the stakeholders that we've had to many of these meetings that we've had in Southwest Wyoming. From landowners, city councils, mayors, county commissioners, BLM, game and fish commissioners, and game and fish officers, senators and representatives, chambers of commerce, law enforcement, sheriff's office, highway patrol, YDOT, state trails, state parks, outdoor rec office, wildlife organizations, and private businesses have all been at the table at some point for this project. The accessibility that I mentioned before is very crucial for this project. And what we did in using the county road system and having the commissioners approve that was to allow people to ride the county road system, but the nearest county road to Evanston is the exit 10 county road that starts about 3 miles, 3.5 to 4 miles away from Evanston. We worked very hard last year to get the landowner who owns both sides of the interstate to the table to try and have them either grant us access through an easement, a paid easement, a recreational easement, buy the land, some way in order to make it to that first county road. And it just didn't happen. We had them just basically almost to the table several times and could not make it happen. And they finally wrote us a formal letter that said, "We're not interested." Our backup plan was to work with YDOT and see if there was any possibility of using the interstate right-of-way and having that trail next to the highway fence for those 3 miles in order to access that first county road. And that conversation happened just after the first of this year with Director Reiner and Outdoor Rec Office, State Trails, and State Parks on behalf of SWAT to see if it would be a possibility. And much to everyone's astonishment, I think, especially ours, Director Reiner and his leadership team said, "Let's see if we can figure out a way to get to yes on this project." And so it has been really kind of fast forward since that point in the project scope and trying to get communities in Southwest Wyoming on board. The communities of Lyman and Mountain View have approved similar ordinances as Evanston, as did the city of Kemmer. Senator Dockstetter helped me give a presentation in Cokeville, and they're looking at the same thing. We also give a presentation in Marbleton and Big Piney. And those two cities have those two towns have also adopted similar ordinances to Evanston. So really what we're looking at is 3 miles, 1,000 miles of trails needing a 3-mile connection in order to get this 1,000 miles off the ground. Last May in 2020, the Lincoln County Commissioners, the UNT County Commissioners, and myself and Rick Schuler met with officials from the BLM office and pitched the idea to them and just said, this is what we'd like to do, connect the communities of Southwest Wyoming with a series of off-road trails. Their first question to me was, are you looking at making new roads and trails in BLM lands? And the answer is no. These are existing roads. These are existing two-track roads, oil-filled roads, windmill roads, ranching roads. These are existing assets that we would use to make the connections between the communities. And some of the county road systems in the counties would be some of the backbone in order to make those happen. People don't buy a $30,000 or $20,000 or $30,000 side-by-side or ATV to ride it on pavement. They're riding these vehicles off-road and they want places to ride. They do this in many other states that are surrounding Wyoming, in Idaho, in Colorado, especially down in Utah. They have these communities that are inviting riders to come and ride there, stay there and spend money. And with the recreation being the number 2 driver for revenue in the state, what better way to help drive revenue in the state than with something that's already existing. These are, again, existing roads and trails. And I did some research last year. I talked to some officials at Bear Lake at their Chamber of Commerce and asked them, for the people that are going to Bear Lake, which they've been going there for many years for recreation, how many people are going to ride ATVs on their trail system there that they've had in place for about 8 years versus going to the lake? It's about 50-50. The Chamber of Commerce said half of the people that are coming here are coming to ride ATVs. And so, the writing's on the wall. The other states that are around us are doing projects like this. We just haven't done something like this in Southwest Wyoming, and we feel like it would be really a benefit to the communities, a benefit to the state to invite adventure tourism, invite riders to Southwest Wyoming. Our motto very early on was connect the communities, connect the forest, and connect the historical sites. We don't have the natural wonders that they have in Southwest Utah, Zions, Canyonlands, Arches, but we have our own exciting and historical stuff to see in Southwest Wyoming. We've got historic Fort Bridger, Fossil Butte National Monument, the Oregon Trail, the Mormon Trail, California Trail, Pony Express. There is a lot to see in Southwest Wyoming. And instead of us being pass-through communities that we have been forever, where people pass through going someplace else to recreate, they could come to our communities, stay in the communities and spend money and ride on trail systems from there. And I think that's all of my presentation. I'm a little over 5 minutes, so my apologies.
Mark, wonderful. You did a great job. Again, we appreciate you waiting long enough to visit with us tonight. Committee, any questions, thoughts that we can share with Mr. Tesoro? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Tesoro, highway fuel taxes are paid for these highways and the right of ways. Currently, the state gives state parks money out of those taxes to maintain trails and that. Now you want to use the roads, which have been paid for not by your equipment, by others. Are you willing to give up that amount of money that the state gives to state parks for off-road vehicle trail maintenance to do this?
So our partnership with state parks and state trails is that when riders come to the state, they would need to buy the $15 off-road sticker. And that $15 off-road sticker would help fund different things for SWAT or for other communities for that matter, would help fund things like mapping, signage, education, law enforcement, and maintenance on some of these roads that would be used. And would we be giving some of that money back? I'm not sure. I have an answer for
Mr.
that.
Chairman.
So go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you. So the question is, currently, some of the fuel tax goes to maintain off-road vehicle trails. You want to use the highways, which have been paid by other fuel taxes. Are you willing to give up that money that's currently designated to pay for your use of off-road trails?
Well, I'm not
It's-
sure.
It's a little under a million, two a year.
Sure.
So are you willing to forego that money in order to get trails along the highway?
I'm not sure I have an answer for that, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else, committee? Mark, we appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate all your work. I think it's pretty visionary, and we've got some things we got to get done statutorily and otherwise. The concern expressed by the co-chairman just relates to the fact that Wyoming has a revenue problem, and how do we take care of everything as we build it along? But appreciate you reaching out to many of us on the committee, and I think the committee stands ready to try to do what we can. So thank you. Appreciate you taking time.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you,
Okay.
committee.
All right. So committee, that brings us to the end of the agenda for today. Come on forward, Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick alibi. Precision in language is important, and I was not precise enough in my answer to the co-chairman, and are we collecting fees? So the answer, the more precise answer is yes, the rules are written. Yes, they're at the AG's office. No, we are not collecting money yet. And my apologies for imprecision.
You're talking about the third party question.
We're talking about the
Third
third
party
party. are we
Third party
collecting
usage
fees?
question.
So
Yeah,
it's-
thank
the
you.
answer is yes, it's in the process. No,
Okay.
we are not collecting money.
Thank you for clarifying.
My
that.
years on appropriation tend to show.
Is there anyone else, as the director makes his way back, is there anyone else in the room that would like to share with us any public comment before we close out today? Is there anybody left on our Zoom call, Katie? Thank you to all of our staff. Ladies, we appreciate you for helping us on that front. Just a couple of things. I want to give an opportunity to the Representative McGuire. While it's fresh in our minds, is there any motion we want to make today, or do we want to ponder that for tomorrow? Specifically related to the Oregon Trail Cemetery, I thought you had a thought that was maybe worthy of consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would like to request the committee to entertain a bill draft that would be directed towards the state lands insofar as directing that the section around the Wyoming State Veterans Cemetery, including the portion, the small triangular portion that's denoted on the map that was, or the aerial photograph that was given to us that's in light blue and is a surface ownership only, that entire area be dedicated for grazing only for so long as the State Veterans Cemetery is in existence, and that there be no other use, whether it be commercial or no other commercial or residential type of use allowed for that land, so long as the cemetery is in use.
That the motion then, committee, is that we draft a second bill related to the Oregon Trail Cemetery. And it would simply direct the State Lands Board that's not to be used for any other reason except grazing, thereby providing that buffer that we talked about this afternoon. That gives us not a parallel bill is the word I'm looking for. So we would then in November have a couple of bills to look at and consider related to the cemetery. Do I have a second on that motion? Seconded by the co-chairman. Thank you, Representative Tu. And Representative Overmuller, did you have a question? Discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. You have a question about the bill draft. Is it for whatever portion is designated as the buffer zone? It's only related to that, or do you have, or are the boundaries of what you're talking about larger than whatever is determined?
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be the entire portion of the state section that is still left as was depicted on this, plus the small rectangle that he indicated he didn't have a description for, but we just had the surface. So that would be, using their terminology, be the portions of section 36, township 34 north, range 79 west, that the state of Wyoming still owns.
Did that help, Representative? So we're talking about the entire parcel of land around that cemetery, which currently has grazing, and that would still allow that, but any other discussion on the motion? Are you ready for the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay, Heather, if you would please mark that down and let's get something drafted up that we might consider at that next meeting. Is there anything else for the good of the cause? Thanks for your work today, all of you. I thought we did good work and we learned a lot. So let's be ready to go tomorrow, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and the chairman will take us home tomorrow. We're adjourned.
Can we leave our book here?